Okay, welcome back to how to build a website from scratch. This is the CSS portion of the website. So we're going to start mobile first, and we're going to move our way up all at once. And this is going to be the new special using less method. So hopefully you got less set up and working. One way to see if it is working. So if we go into this is our landing section. If we go into our hero, let's just do display none. And it's gone. It's working. So it's connected, it's compiling, and you'll see if we go to the CSS, that the CSS file that it creates, when we go at the top up here, display none. See, this is the compiled CSS. So everything we do in less, like this nesting, things inside of things, it turns it into readable CSS for the browser. So neato. So we're going to remove this. And right away I can tell you we're not, we don't need a background image. We're going to do these squares. So I'm going to remove this. If I could just click it, there we go. And we don't need this before. So this before, this is creating that overlay that's making the mountains look daytime and faded. So we're going to get rid of that. So we have our nice plain background. And what we're going to do here, so we got everything else we need. You'll notice that I have the guy here, but I don't have the guy here. And that is because it's unnecessary. So when you're on mobile, you have to decide, sometimes you have to decide what has to stay and what has to go. And you got to determine what's important. What do you absolutely need to get your point across to the people on mobile? And what don't you need? What is superfluous? What is extra? And that is going to be the dude. Because if we add him in here, if we try to put him at the bottom or the top, it's just going to look extra. It doesn't look like it belongs. It creates a lot of empty space, and it just makes scrolling a lot longer. So it has no added benefit to having this image in here. You don't have to put it in here. Everything that you see on desktop does not have to go in mobile. You have to determine what looks best, what is needed, and thinking about the spacing and scroll time. So if we had an image here with a dude, none of that makes sense. There's too much blank space around it. It just seems forced. Leaves a lot of empty space around him, and really doesn't add anything. Like on mobile, the meat of it is the content, and that's what's most important. So we're going to put the focus on the content, ignore the dude until small desktop, and then go down. But this is what our website looks like without any CSS. Oh doggy. Where are y'all coming? Oh, that's the SVG image. Okay. And these are our portfolio images. So this is what a website looks like just without anything except for a footer. That's a nice footer. Okay. So let's go back to the top here. So we got rid of our background, and let's try to get these guys. So if I want to get some more accurate measurements, I have to shorten this up. So what is the absolute smallest I need you to be? That. And you. Okay, so these are the smallest these triangles can be. So let's start with this one, this one, this one. So let's start with the big guy. I'm gonna put them in a container. Dot square container. So that I can position them inside this container, and I could position this container left or right, and I'm going to use the font weights that I was telling you about, or the font sizes in view widths, to proportion this down. So I need to put it on the container if I want to proportion it down. So I need a container, and you'll see why. So we got these here, and I'm going to do container 1. Rectangle 1. So we got hero, all this. So at the end of hero, we're going to do square container. And inside square containers, see, normally you'd have to put, rect 1 right here. But in here, we can put it .rect 1. It's nesting. So when this compiles to CSS, it'll be .square container .rect. And now I don't have to write .square container on anything inside the square anymore. I just do it once. I can nest it, and it compiles the way it's supposed to look. So another great reason to use less, or even Sass. Sass does this as well. It just depends on what you want to use. So rect 1, right away, you're going to be and opacity of 0.05, which is 5%. And in order for this to work, they need to have explicit heights and widths. So explicitly, you are width of 1501 divided by 20 m, height of 702, let's round that up to 702 divided by 20 m. This 20 m is the font size of the body on desktop. So that's why we're doing 20 m. Everything we do is going to be divided by 20 m, except when we declare a new font size. So like here, this call now button, it has a font size of 18 pixels. So we start off, we divide that by 20, and now everything inside of call now, including its properties, will be divided by the new font size. So, all right, that's nap time. So the height, the width, 53 pixels, 164 pixels, those will all be divided by 18 now instead of 20 because we redeclared the font size here. So this image that's inside of it, divided by 18, etc. And that's how we're going to do these things. So this has no declared font size, so we're still relative to the body's 20m. And I got somebody knocking on my door. So it's nap time. I will be right back after nap time. All right, I'm coming. After nap time, I'm gonna get back to this. So sorry again for the constant stops. All right, I'm back. So we're trying to figure out what to do with this this triangle. So we got the background. We set the opacity to 0.05. Height and width. We do position absolute. And let's just do top 0 and left 0. And let's just see what that looks like. It looks like it's gigantic. I think that's what that is, right? It's just barely there. So let's see. What if we do like left -500? That's rec 1. Oh, we got to rotate it. It's rotated 29.06. Alright, rotate 29. Is that negative? Yeah, I think that's better. So let's send it left 1,000. Let's see what that looks like. Okay, we got a line here. We got a line, so that's cool. Let's keep sending it over till we can see a corner. There's a corner. Got one. Okay. So let's see. How do I want this to look on? Okay, so the first one goes all the way across. Okay, so let's bring this up. This is just what it is. It's really, it's just trial and error until we get somewhere that we want to be. Let's move this over some more. Let's move this over 900. Let's get a little room up there, and then we bring our top up like 400. Because it's supposed to go over. All right, just a second. Wife needs my credit card info for holiday shopping, so I'm just going to type it to her. If you haven't done this already, memorize your credit cards. Okay, there's that. It's just instead of doing another awkward cut, I'm just gonna, there we go. All right, there you go. I've memorized my credit card, so if I ever do lose it, I can't find it, or I'm at my phone and I want to buy something, it's probably dangerous, but I've memorized it and I just put it in. Okay, so if you look at this, this goes all the way over. Let's go up a little bit. A little more. Okay, cool. Now let's get our other rectangle. Two. This one. So again, 5%. That looks like we are down some more and left. So we're going to try and see a little corner coming here. I save this. There's the darker part. So let's go top. Let's try. Let's drop 100. There's that, and let's go left like 12. 15. 15. Top. Okay, that's not very good. Top 20. There we go. 50. And then it's interesting. This looks darker. So this is that's the first one. This is the second one. And where it crosses over is where it should be, obviously darker, but for some reason this is also dark. Because this should technically be the same as this. I'm kind of curious as to what's going on here. Or if it's an optical illusion. Maybe it's an optical. I don't know. But let's copy this. And let's do rect 3. So let's make your top value 60. Let's drop you down. Bring you left a little bit. Oh, it's because we got. Oh, that's why. Because we had 2 rect 2s. We want a rect 3. Okay, now it's making sense. There's that. Let's try 1. 13. Okay, I think we're getting somewhere. I gotta bump this up. So here's our third. So I need your top value. I think you're going to be. Okay. It's a square container. Okay, so these are position absolute. My square container it should be just sitting at the top. So that means if I go big, let's see, I just set a width 100%. And I want the height. So you gotta get a height and width for these things, because I have absolutely positioned elements inside of this square container that's sitting on top of everybody, and I need this to be a position absolute as well, so it's not taking up any space. Top 0, with 100, left 0, and let's just give it a height of 505 by 20m. Okay, I think I know another problem here. So what I'm running into is when I get to a bigger screen, you notice that they're. Let me bump up this opacity so we can see this better. Okay, so these are our lines, and what's happening is, since they're attached to the left value, they position themselves off the left side of the screen. So when the screen moves, so does it. We don't necessarily want that. So what we do to keep things in position where they are, we need to use our margin left. So where the left is, the left value, we do 50%. And then we do margin left and right to move it. Negative goes left, so let's just try 1000. Let's just see where this thing winds up. So what's happening is we're taking this rectangle and we're positioning it at the 50% mark inside its container. And from there, we are using margin left and right to push it from center. So when it is in the center of its container, because of left 50%, it is right in the center. When we do a margin left, we are pushing left negative 1000 pixels from center. So no matter how wide this gets, it will always be 1,000 pixels from center. So it stays in its position. So I'm going to save. And that's not too far off. Let's try 12. Let's try 11. Okay. So when you'll see this, now when I move, these two boxes are going to move with the left side of the screen, and this box is going to stay in place. You see how that works? It's positioning off of center. Center never changes, but the left side, the left position changes because it's always going left. So let's fix this one. Was it 1250? So let's do 50%. Let's see if that margin left does it. Okay, so we gotta go a little more. This is 320-ish. Okay, I like that. And now let's fix this. So let's go 50%. Negative 1500. 20. Not too bad. Okay, so this one is top value is 420, negative 10. So what's that difference? 410 minus 120, that's 290. So my top value, 110. Okay, so a negative 110. So I gotta subtract 110 from 290 minus 110. So I need 180. So if I want this to be equal distance that this is from here, this needs to be 180. And that didn't work out as anticipated. Maybe because it's the left value, I think, is messing that up. So, well, let's see. You know what might make more sense? Now that I'm looking at it, I don't like it. I don't like this because it's too busy. When we're thinking about visual hierarchy, we want to think about what's the most important element on the page. And right now, that's the headline. And what's happening with this headline is there is too much busy work underneath it, and it's very distracting. So we need to remove this busy work. So what I want to do instead, which is what's nice from having the container, is I can move everything. So if I take the container and I do left, 50% margin left. Let's go to the right, so 500. Let's go positive amount. Let's try this. Okay, I think we can do this. Let's bring it up. Let's move it up. Okay, that's not as bad. And when we bring these down to our 0.05s, that should get a lot better. There we go. It's more subtle. Instead of having the breaks over the lines, I'm just making them go full width like this. So I think that's good. I think that's better. Let me just make sure. 5, 5, 5. They're all the same color. Okay. I'm just looking at it. Yeah, that's fine. I'm thinking if something might be interesting. Like, what if I put an image behind it? But then that wouldn't work. No, I think I'm gonna stick with this. I think that's fine. Yeah, that's what we're gonna go with. I was thinking, yeah, I'll leave this left aligned. Oh, dark mode looks cool. Okay. I like the effect it's having on dark mode. That's pretty neat. Okay. So we got that. These guys are done. I think I'm just gonna leave it like this. Now let's get down to business over here. This guy. Oh wait, never mind. So what I'm trying to do now lately is I'm going to do the entire section mobile to desktop one at a time. So now that we're done with mobile, you'll notice that I don't know if you see my other videos. This is how I do my CSS. I have all my media queries combined right next to each other. So every section for landing, we don't need this anymore. Landing, services. So I keep all the media queries, mobile, tablet, small desktop, large desktop, for each section together so that I can quickly access them. You see how easy that is to go from mobile to desktop to large desktop. And then you see over here, it looks so much easier You see all these closed empty ones. You can just see everything at a glance. You know exactly where you are in your document. So on tablet here, let's see this grow. We just got to finalize this. So when we get bigger, see, there's the problem. When we get bigger, all right. When we make the screen bigger, now they're staying right there in their position, but they're not big enough. So I think I got to move it over. Okay, it doesn't start to break until 5:48 is where that starts to fall apart. Okay. So what's our next one? 48. So let's make a new media query. Or what I could do, let's do that font size thing. So here's the formula. So I'm going to set its font size because everything is done in M's. So I can set the font size to grow with the screen. So that's that. So obviously this is too small. So let's just increase this. 3, 4. And actually, let's not even make it a formula because I don't want it to stop or view it. $559, 600. I think right here. It's just tricky trying to figure out how to do these squares. Here's what I'm going to do. Because this is all scaled down by 15 pixels on the body for mobile, I'm going to rescale it back up to the body size. Now they're growing here. And at $768, I think that's where I'm going to do it. So tablet. So now we're on tablet now. There you go. So what happened was I reset the font size on this container to be 20 pixels because everything is based on okay, 17 pixels. Everything is based on the 20, which is right here. So the body font size desktop is 20 pixels, and that's what we're dividing everything by. So when we change the body font size on mobile to 17, right here, we're scaling everything down by 3 pixels technically. So whatever 1M is on 20 pixels, 20 over 20, this is now 17 over 17. So it's 1M is scaling down to get smaller based on the font size. And that's what I did right here. I wanted this container, I wanted all of its elements to bloom to its full size on desktop when the font size is 20. So I redeclared the font size instead of pulling from the body, which is 17. I told it straight up, let's just do 20. Let's make you as big as you are on desktop and deal with those sizes from then on. So now on tablet, I'm going to redeclare the font size to inherit, so that from now on, it's not going to be a fixed 20 pixels. It will inherit it from its parent, which is the body, because it's the next parent that has a font size declared. If this had a font size on it, inherit would pull that font size, but because hero doesn't have a font size, it's going to go up to the next parent and check for font size. If it doesn't see it, it's going to go all the way up to the body, and that is where we have our next font size, which is the 20 pixels. Oh, actually, I don't want inherit, not here. This is tablet, so I don't want that until desktop. So right now, font size is 20. So when I get to desktop, I want it to be inherit, because I want it to pull from the body, so that when I do when I get to 2,000 pixels and I set body font size to 1 view width, I want it to pull that font size, because if it's still set on 20, it's just going to stay 20 pixels and it's not going to grow with the screen as everything else does with the font, with the width, because they're pulling their. So if I move this out, so you see everything growing. They're all pulling their. Let's pop it out again. They're pulling their sizes from the body, and the body's font size is based on 1 view width. So every pixel I make this bigger, everything will literally scale, because it's pulling from the body, whose font size is changing every pixel to get bigger and bigger, and that makes everything else bigger and bigger. So, responsive. That's why on tablet, I gotta remove this. Okay, so here's our landing. We got our guy here. Let's pull this in a little bit. This hero text, max width. Set a max width, so it's pulling it from mobile. Let's bump it down by 50 pixels. Let's do another 20. There you go. I just wanted to separate these guys. So on 768, let's take this square container, and let's do top 0. Negative 500 divided by 20. Let's see where everybody's at. Okay, I'm going to drop down a little bit. Let's go 100. So where's my 1? Okay, that's my 1. That's my 2. That's my 3. Okay, I think that's good enough for me. Right. 0. I'm wondering what's happening with these guys and why they're moving. Put you back at the top. I actually think I need to bring this up to -100. Alright, so I think now I gotta actually start building this thing. I'm trying to figure out how I can set these up so that let's do this. Let's copy, paste. This is what I'm working with here. I think I need to make them longer. So if I, let's see. I'm trying to figure out a way that I can group, I can kind of group these together and understand how and where I can place them inside of a container. So once I know that, so if I rotate this, if I rotate this, there, I think that's what I'm looking for, like that. If I make it flat, I think this is how I have to look at it. So if I make a flat box that's rectangular, all right, and it's as high as this from here to here, here to here, okay, and sent back, and let's make it black so that it shows up. Maybe not. Okay, well, let's just do 0 and add a stroke. Okay, so this is my container. Now, if I want these to be, I want them to be even. So that means I'm going to need, seriously, how are you guys aligned? Oh, I see, it's like that. So technically this is actually like this. Okay. I think we're getting somewhere now. So what I want to do now is on 1024 Business Square, I'm going to set you width to be 1719 by 20m. Height is going to be 984 divided by 20m. And rect 1. And this one. It's a big one. I want you to be let's just make you 2000 just to be safe. But I want your top value to be 0 and your left value to be 0. Rect 2. You are 442 from the right. So right 442 divided by 20m. And you are 72 from the top. I'm going to make your width 2002 just to be safe. And then this guy, you are going to be on the bottom, so your bottom value is going to be 0. Now, top 0. I think we have a top value on here, so I gotta auto it. Auto resets the value. So let's just check. We have a top and a left, top and a left, and top and a left. See, we have a top value for rect 3. So we have to reset that top value, or else it's going to try and pull it. So we have to set top to auto to reset it, and then tell it to reorient from the bottom. And you are going to be 652. Oops. Okay. And then this thing just needs to be, oops, rotated. So I need to match this now. Here's this. Okay, I gotta rotate it a little bit. I think that's perfect. So, 0.54 degrees. That doesn't sound right. Just to be more exact, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to draw new rectangles. That's 1. 2, 3. Group. I'm going to take you guys. So now this is technically what it should look like, right here in the container that we created. So now we go over here. And we rotate it. $29.67. That means we have to turn the rotation off on the rectangles because we have a rotation on them. So we got to change that to 0 for all of them because now we're not rotating the triangles. We're rotating the container. And let's go ahead and undo. Oops, not all that. Let's just put this to the side there. Let's delete that. Let's delete that. Just so we have that now as a reference. So here's that. Now, I want this to be exact. Okay, I'm planning this out now. Left value. I rotated this 0. That means this is where the top would be. And how many pixels is that off? It doesn't show this to me because it's inside. So I pull it out. There we go. Now I get the top. Okay, so let's pull a square. That top value should be like -100. Okay, we got that. Cool. Now, how big was this box? 1719. This box needs to come out. There it is. And it looks like, so if it's on the edge here, this is how big the box is. I bring this down and I measure this box. I have to make a box here. This is 419 left. So margin left. Let's see if that's right. Let's try. Oh, this is all just fucked up. Alright. Had to do something like this, didn't I? Just had to do this. Okay, so let's toy with this here. So that's what I got. top value is not, okay, this isn't going. It's a square container. Oh, that's 0M. What the heck? Okay, there's that. Let's try 5. Looks like none of this sizing mattered at all. Font size inherit, okay. Alright, let me just make sense of this. This looks like it's reversed. That's 0. Yeah, this looks all messed up. Ah, God bless it. Why is this tripping me up so much? This should not be this difficult. Okay, I have this box that is this width, this rectangle. Okay, so this is my container. This is 1. Oh, it should be, I'm an idiot. I was basing everything on the right value, and I have them as left. So I have to reset left, right, auto. Left, auto. I gotta reset left. Why am I an idiot? Okay, this is somewhere. So top 0, top 72, top auto. That's my container. Okay, if my container is, let's just switch this, 18, 57, and 94. That means rectangle 1 is going to be, I think that was the issue. I didn't have the correct heights. Okay. So now this should be, let's just do that 400 again. Let's do that top of negative 100. And let's do that rotate of 29. Negative. Okay. Alright, so let's take this up to 600. 300. Because we want it to be I'm just gonna eyeball this. So I'm gonna try and place his little head in this corner here. On 48, so 48M, 768. All right, bear with me, guys. It's all part of the process to figure out what the hell you keep doing wrong. Okay, so there's that edge. Let's try 5. Where are you? Okay, see 3 colors now. Let's go down to 6. Hello. Okay. Okay, I'm starting to see see some landmarks here. Move this over. Move it down a bit. I'm getting irritated. You know, you guys want to just want to like skip for like the next 20 minutes. I'm getting frustrated with this. Once I get it placed, it's going to be just fine. Okay, you know what I think I gotta do? Screw this. If I make the container the height and a position off of that, I'm tired of not seeing these things. Alright. There they are. So, what the hell is this? Why? This is my square container. Why are they all... Hell, they should be lined up over here. You know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to screw this outside. I want to look at you. I want to look at you and all. Maybe it's not the no, the container does these things. I want to see the container. Let's just scale it. I need to get a look. I need to get a good look at you. Okay. So this is our container. But for some reason, this value, this should be on the right. This is the container positioned as it should be without the rotation. This should be on the right over here, but it's not. Why does it have right auto? What? Okay, so there's that. Okay. Right, right, with bottom, top, left, auto. Okay, so if I move this up now, maybe that was what was the issue. Okay, now I got, yeah, this is what I'm looking for. So maybe that was the issue. I had right as auto instead of the 0, and that was messing everything up. Okay, so let's remove the scale. Everything is as it should be. Let's rotate you 29 degrees. This is looking a lot closer. Okay, yeah, this is look finally, Jesus Christ. Okay, so I'm gonna put that goes there because it's supposed to be right in there. It's like following his shape. So now let's go ahead and remove these opacities. Now that I got this where I want it to be. So let's see, this is on here. I think on tablet. How does that look? Something's changing here. I think I got yeah, I think that's the problem. So let's reset the font size to inherit. You notice it's gigantic on here, and then it pops and goes where it's supposed to be here. So I think I'm going to shrink it, and that looks like what it's supposed to be. Um, It's rec 3 is just not big enough. And we can go ahead and change that height. 9. There you go. It's going to cover that up. Because it doesn't matter how high this is, because it's positioned on the bottom. So it will always be on the bottom no matter how high it is. So we can push that over and cover that. And so this is tablet. Cool. Okay. I can live with this. This isn't as bad. Okay, I dig. Now, when we go here, this looks fine. This looks fine. And now this is our 1024. And that looks great. And then when we stop here, okay, that's when everything stops growing. So at 1240, and that's where I want to move everything over. 64. This is going to be hero square container, margin left. 1350. Let's bring that down a bit, 20. And then that top value, what's that top value? We're gonna change that. Because now I'm just gonna eyeball it now. Let's go a little more, let's go in a little more. No. Now I'm looking at this, and I'm thinking, how close is that to his face? And it looks like this point should be going right to the center of his mouth. And that looks about right. This looks good. If we look over here, it looks like the looks like this one is crossing over in the center, but it's crossing over here. But that's because I think this is a bigger button. I have About Us. That should be schedule. Right? No, because we already have a call button there. So let's learn about you guys. Okay, I think it's just because this button is smaller. So I think that's fine. I think we have what we have here, and oh, we also got to make this trusted home painting experts. That should affect that. Now this looks thicker. Bold Roboto. Bold. Why does it not look as bold? That's what I'm not getting here. See, I like that. Okay, let's change that to 900. Okay, and that's that. So let me show you what's going to happen here. Normally, as the screen grows, you're going to have, so you see these guys going off to the side here. Eventually, you're going to see the end. And it's just going to be a huge gap, a huge space right over here. The bigger this would get. So if I, let me actually, there we go. I'm going to remove body font size. Right here, one view width. I'm just going to remove this, and you'll see what I'm talking about. So when this gets bigger, you see everything just stays in place. See, we're going past 2,000, and there when we get to this big, you see all this nastiness. This is broken. You know, we'd have to set media queries and reposition everything, and that's just it'd be very difficult and time consuming. However, when we set the body font size to one view width, which makes it coincide with however wide the screen is. So if it's 3,000 pixels wide, the body font size is 3,000 pixels. And then everything, all of the M values are pulling their scale from that number. So instead of scaling by a factor of 20 pixels, now they're scaling by a factor of 3,000 pixels. So they grow. And that's what happens here. After 2,000 pixels, everything now grows at the same rate. And that's why we did the heights, widths, and tops and bottoms in that 20M, because you notice these are staying in place. So when we grow it, they also grow in their same spot. We don't have that empty gap over here anymore. So we can maintain, like when we go to 3,700, it still looks the way it's supposed to look. And we don't have to make any more changes. Actually, we got this little corner in here, so I think it's going to be we're just going to make this taller, 1175. Oh, it's a 2-1. You're the one that's causing the trouble. Okay. So if I'm going to do that, 2's causing the trouble. So I'm going to make you taller by 100. Let's do 100. Let's see if that changes anything. So then I want my top value to go down 100. So 72 pixels minus 100. So it should go negative 28 to put it back in its position. Because we made it taller by 100 pixels. And it's positioned from the top. So that means it's positioned from the top. If it was here, when it's 100 pixels taller, it's still at the top of the container, but it's just extending another 100 pixels. So how do we do this? How do we compensate? Well, we set its top value to be 100 less. So it grows by 100, and we're pulling it back by 100. And that's what I did there. So now when we go up to here, we don't have that nasty gap. But here we go. Now we got our landing page. And I think at the end, that's when I'll do the animation. So we got that done. Now let's do this. And now you get to see me start from scratch and see how the system really works. So let's go ahead and get in our, let's close you guys up. This is going to be our promise. So we're just going to close these off. We're not going to touch this right now. Let's get these going. Here's our service. I'm going to close these guys. So this is going to be promise. And yeah, because we're going to do that, I'm going to make the topper one its own separate media query. And honestly, I don't think we need to get any more past the tablet. So let's do this. So we got our topper. Because I want to separate this, because like this topper that I'm talking about here, this is being reused in multiple places in the website. So if I want to change it, I want to be able to find it immediately. Otherwise, I don't want to keep it in the promise, because it's not technically only the promise that it's there. It's everywhere. So I'm pulling it out and I'm putting it in its own little section in my CSS so that I can find it and edit it with more ease. So we're going to look at our topper. So we do topper. Inside of that, we got our dot green. And let's just zoom in here. So we got, it's black, so font weight is 900. Font size is 16 divided by 20em. And now everything needs to be divided by 16 now. So our line height, what is our line height? Inspect. Our line height is 19. So the line height is 19 divided by 16. And that's it, because we don't do ems on line heights. And we got a letter spacing, I know that, of 0.26em. And we are capitalized. We're centered. I think that's it. And you are many pixels away from this guy? I think that's the problem here. I got that you are part of this. Let's ungroup you. There we go. Ah, this is one of the irritating things about Figma. Now I can't figure out the margin on this. Because for some reason this text height is this height. Yeah, it's just irritating. So let's just eyeball it. Let's just say 20 divided by 16M. It's 16M because that's the font size of the thing that we're adding things to. So we got that, and then we got to do our H2. Which is going to be font size of, that's 36. Is that 36? Is that it? Just 36. Font size of 36 divided by 20M. And now our line height is 42, so line height is 42 divided by 36 of their new declared font size. Font weight looks like 900. Next line center. Let's do width 100% and a max width of 337. Let's just do 40. 340 divided by 36M. And then we get a margin bottom of 16. So I like to be consistent, so we're just going to use the same margin bottom as the topper on top. And then we got our P's. Font size is 18 divided by 20M. Line height is going to be 21. 21 divided by 18. Text align center. Width 100%. Max width over here is 640. And that's divided by 18M because that's the new parent, that's the new font size for the P. And then from there, that's going to be, that's about right. So that's going to be 44. So if this is 20, I'm going to make this 40. I'm going to double it up. So margin bottom, well, no, margin bottom, that's 0. I want to set the margin bottom to the topper as a whole. Because some of these don't have a P tag, so margin bottom can be 40 divided by 20M. And let's just see what happens when we do this. Save. It's pretty much already done, except my on this. So green, text align center. Oh, that's right, because it's a span. I have to do display block, or else it doesn't take any of the values. And then I have to do, because I did a width on these, I got to do margin. Here's a margin bottom, so I got to do margin auto, left and right. Because see, it's off centered because it doesn't have it's not full width, so now we have to center it, and we'll have to do that again for here margin auto. And that's if we had a P tag there, but we got one down here. So this is all going to be set, and these are, I don't have to change these. Once that's done, it's done. This is 15. Is that right? Doesn't seem right. Cover H2. Oh, you see the problem? This is gigantic because I'm dividing by the wrong number. So this is the H2. It needs to be divided by 36. Careful there. 18, 18, 18. Okay, now that feels right. and I just got to do the color on this. There's primary, and we're good. Now that's done. And what's nice is that's it. It's scaled down the font size. So you see it's 36, it's 30.6, but in here it's supposed to be 36. Well, that's because the body font size scaled down by about 5 pixels, or 3 pixels in scale. So that is whatever 3, so 3 divided by 20. So 15%. So it's scaled down everything 15%. So what is, so you do that times 36. Let's see. Is that 1.25, 36. 36 times 0.15, that's 5.4 minus 36, and that's 30.6. And if we click on this, it's 30.6. So that's what's happening. So 15% is what it's scaled down by, and so this guy is 36 wide, or 36 pixels. 15% of 36 is 5.4. We subtract that from 36 to see what the value will be now, because it's losing that. It's losing 5.4. That's the 15% it's losing, so it goes down to 30.6, and that's what's happening. Everything is being scaled down proportional based on the body font size. So I don't have to set this. This is 30.6, so this fits nicely on mobile. It doesn't look too big, and I don't have to. It'll grow with desktop. I don't have to touch it again. So now let's go down to these guys. So this topper's done. I don't even think I don't need a tablet or anything. That's just going to be, that's just there. So now let's touch the promise. So ID promise. Oh, this H2 is going to be bigger. What's this? 682. So this promise dot topper H2, your max width is going to be 682 divided by 36M. So, and that's how we override, because now it has an ID attached to it, and an ID is significantly more specific. So when we have a class and a target, then that's specific. But when we have ID, then class, then target, this will override whatever is in here because it's got an ID, which is incredibly specific, and it overrides a lot of things. So that's why we're able to do this using the cascading effect of CSS and specificity, which is just a fancy word of, who's the boss. And right, IDs, they're pretty much boss. So if you put an ID in front of something, it's gonna jump its specificity score way up and override a lot of things. But here we go. So we got this one that is 74. So let's do this one, margin bottom 80 divided by 20. Let's do a multiple of 20 thing here. Let's keep a theme going. Okay, so now we got our, so this is our LI, and inside our LI, let's set this up. Our UL as an LI, and I want everything in here to be, I need to set this as a flex item. So display flex, justify content. Let's push it all to the left. So flex start. So when we do that, justify content is centering left and right. Flex start is saying, here's the beginning. When you read, you start from the left and you end on the right. So flex start is flex from the left. Go over here. Start at the start, not at the end. And line items. Let's just do center. So justify content. Justify is left and right. Align is up and down. That's the basic understanding of Flexbox. If you're trying to like remember what the hell these things do, just remember justify is left and right, align is up and down, and then the rest kind of makes sense. So now we're going to have our image here. So we have an image inside of our li, and its width is 22 divided by 20m. Its height is 22 divided by 20m. And I think that's only alt display lock. Okay, and then we have our, oh, we have a problem here. See, I did a stupid. So I accidentally did not save any of my work last time, and when I closed this, I had to basically restart. So we have an H3. We have an H2 right here, right? Well, the next one needs to be an H3. So this is my doing. So I gotta do this. I gotta put all these to H3s because you can't have a big H2 up there and then another little H2 underneath it. That's not proper heading hierarchy. So I'm pretty sure I put these as H3 in the beginning, but I had to redo this. So okay, so these are H3s now. That's my H2. So my H3s are going to be font size. I always start with the font size, and that's going to be 18 divided by 20m. Line height is 28 divided by 18. Font weight is bold. Text align is left. And it looks like, I mean, it's kind of hard to determine a margin bottom on this. So let's just do our 20s. We're going to be doing all of our margins in multiples of 20. Nope, not 20. 18m. There we go. Margin bottom 18m. Oh, I don't want this to line in the center. I want it to be at the top. So flex, start. And let's just see what that looks. Well, first of all, 24 pixels. Margin. All right, it's 24 divided by 20m. Let's just see what this looks like. Oh, and list style. None. And there we go. I got a pretty neat little list here. We got to remove this padding. So every UL has padding on it, and it kind of messes things up. But oh, the wife is texting me about dinner. Pizza? I don't think we feel like making anything tonight. So we got this. So it's like a width. Let's do 96%. Did that not work? Oh, whoops. There we go. So they're just going to be on the edge there. Let's do... Yeah, that looks fine. Oh yeah, leftovers. Let's do that. Okay, so those are all of our bullet items. Let's see. How exactly are you all lining up? So it looks like this is up there. This is here. This H3 has a margin bottom on it. That's messing things up. It shouldn't be on the H3. Margin bottom should be on the LI. H3 margin bottom 0. I think H3s have a margin bottom by default, just in my build kit. So I had to override that basically. And now we're getting somewhere. It's just these. I think I gotta put a margin top to align these a little better. Because if I did align center, you see how this is on 2 lines. Well, if I did align item center, you'll notice that it doesn't start at the top anymore. You see this? It's in the middle of the LI. We want it to actually be we want it to be in the middle of the first line. So in order to do that, we tell them to go to the top, and then we just add a margin to push it down. Let's try 5 divided by 20m. And let's just eyeball this and see if we can't get to the center. And for some reason, this is not. Oh, I did a margin top on the. I'm stupid. I did it on the LI. I want to do it on the image. So let's change this to 5 or 4 or whatever. That's too much. 2. I'm just looking at this. You see now that they're kind of aligned in the center of the first line. That's what we want. And now, all we really got to do now is scale it up. So 320. Whoops. Now you get to see this in action. So 320. Now here's our list. And as you can see, it grows and grows and grows. But we don't want it to grow. Let's see. I need to set a max width on this and center it. So this, let's see, max width of let's see, 584. Let's try 600 divided by 20m in margin. Come on. Oh, I put it on the LI. Kind of stupid. All right, hold on. Okay, so width 96%. Margin auto. So this centers. Well, let's do 550. There, that's like right on the edge there. So that looks about centered. So yeah, so now we got these guys. 584. So we get the 620. Let's try. Let's see if I can't get these to go side by side on tablet. So this is tablet 768. Let's zoom out. I gotta text the wife. Let me finish this section. It's only 540. Okay. So on tablet, we're gonna do promise UL, and we want to use the column. I want 2 columns. There's the 2 columns, and I want us to. How wide is this? 600. Now. Well, no, because I want this to center. So at 768, we're going to change the max width to the actual max width, which is 900. Let's just do 900. And there we go. Now we have this list that also sits nicely in 2 columns. On tablet. Let's see here. So we should have 138 from the top, or technically. $236 pixels padding top. We already have a padding bottom of 85 here. So let's do some math. So 236 minus 85. So I need a padding top of 151, and that's only 85. I think that's fine. We'll save that for desktop. So now when we grow, everything is still sitting pretty here, but once we get to 1024, that's when things start to pop, and now we have all this kind of fitting into space now. Now this padding top on here, this should be promise 150 divided by 20. Or no, there's no padding bottom here now, so it is the full 236. Because we also need this, we need room for the squares. And how wide are these? So each one is 350. So on tablet, UL, LI, with 100%, max width of 350 divided by 20. And let's see if that, because these look a little long. There we go. Now they're shortened to where they should be. This is 900 wide. These LIs have margin rights on them. Okay. It's the only thing working with this gosh dang columns deal. So you see we got all this space on the right here. Everything's just kind of floating. So let's do a text align. See if that aligns. No, it doesn't work. So now what I need to do, looks like this. I have to make it basically this width right here, so it stops right there, and then everybody else kind of centers. So on tablet, let's adjust this. Let's go 850. 750. See how we're almost at the edge there, and it's getting better at being centered. Let's try 40. 30. Okay, that's like right on the edge there. This has to pop. This has to go over. And how do I do that? Because we have uneven. It's uneven. So I wonder if I move one of these guys over to take up the second line. Let's try it. So let's do. Let's move up. Daily staff paint. Let's take you and delete you. Now let's just put you in the front with these guys. That 2 lines definitely doesn't work. Let's take another 2-liner. Use only, yeah, this is a 2-liner. Let's put this in the front and see if that pushes that down. Let's just see if this works. There we go. So I just rearranged them so that they all kind of push down on each other appropriately. And there you go. I barely did anything. I don't need anything for large desktop. That's done. I barely have anything for small desktop. Everything is basically done in mobile and tablet. So all the styles are done. Everything grows into what it's supposed to be, and you don't have to do anything. So, because we already set these styles, these heights and widths and font sizes, we already set them by their desktop sizes, and then we just scaled them down for mobile so that they're smaller and they fit better. So by the time we get the desktop and the body font size resets to 20, which is what everything is divided by, they all grow by that 15% that they were lowered by, and now they just bloom. They just pop into place, and they are what they're supposed to be. So we don't have to write nearly as many styles. Yay! Now let's get. So we got these guys done. Let's tackle these boxes now. Okay, so now much like what I did with the home up there, or the home page section. So in promise, we get our topper. So this is above the topper. We're looking at squares. And its height is going to be 103 divided by 20m, and its width is going to be 900 divided by 20m. Margin is auto. So it will eventually be centered. So I'm on mobile, but I'm writing all of my heights and widths and measurements in desktop, and then I'm going to scale it down. So that's the box. Now let's do okay, position absolute, that's it. Okay, so now I want square, and inside the square I want to grab, this is a less syntax, and colon nth of type, the first one. So instead of just doing square colon nth of type, you just use a little ampersand, and this basically connects it to what's above here. They just connect to each other in the CSS. So we got one, and I want, so you're going to be 1, your bottom is going to be 0, your left is 0. And then all of my squares, I want you guys to be a background of primary. And opacity of 0.1. So I can tell all my squares to be this. Oh, and position absolute. And then I target all of the guys right here, down here. So left 0, right 0. And then you are going to be, oh yeah, that's right, height and width, 16 by 16. And so we got this. All right. And let's just copy and paste this 15 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Now let's go down the row. Feel free to skip this if this is too tedious for you, but welcome to my world. This is what I'm doing to myself here. So this box is 13 from the left and 5 down from the bottom. So the left is 13 divided by 20m, and bottom is -5 divided by 20m, and you are 10 by 10. Wonderful. Number 3. What do we got? Who's next? Who shows up next? Okay, this guy, big guy here. (29 by 29). Your bottom value is going to be 0. Your left is 72. It is 12 by 12. And you're going to be 93 and 23. So from the bottom, 93 divided by 20m. And this is, oh, it's 23, 93. So left is 93 divided by 20m. Bottom is 23. God, I hate it. I hate it every time. All right. So moving on, we got this guy. He's our next one. It's going to be 5. height and width 16, 16. So bottom is going to not be there. It's going to be top of 0 and left of 141. Okay, and then this guy is 28. Wait. That's fine. I was on the wrong one. Jeez. Top 0. 141. Top 0. Okay. There we go. All right. It's easy to get slipped up on these. Okay, 6. Let's just make you at the top 6. Your bottom value 47. 192. Left 192, and you are 28 wide and high. And 7. Oh god, this is already irritating me. This is 524. Bottom 0. You are 16, 16. Cool. 8. All right, 9 by 9. Bottom is 49. Left value is 360. 9 is its partner over here. You're 16, 16. It looks like you are 38. And 384 from the left. Okay, this is the next one. It's 10. Almost there, guys. Almost there. If you made it this long, bravo. Watching me do this. 25 by 25. You are 480 left, 61 bottom. 480 left, 61 bottom. Let's just double check that. Okay, yeah, that's all divided by 20. Yeah. Keep touching the wrong ones. All right, there we go. This is 11. Be this one. So left 551 and 8. And then you are another 16, 16. I think that's good. And now these guys, we're going to position from the right. So 12. You're going to be 20 by 20. Bottom is 28, and right is 237. 28, 237 divided by 20, and that's going to be right. Let's just go ahead and do that for all of these. Just reset the values. God bless it. Son of a... I hate that you like that. It just pops up like, hey, check this out. Like, I don't need. If I wanted to check it out, I'd go there myself. I already got it. I already know what I'm doing here. Like, just leave me alone. Tips. See, this is irritating. I get it. Leave me alone. Okay, 12. So we're on 13. which is going to be this guy, 34 by 34. And it is 213 from the right, 4 from the bottom, 14 is 11 by 11, is 32 from the bottom, 153 from the right. So 32 from the bottom, 153 from the right. Oh, we got this guy. So you get another one, 16 instead of 15 here. So you are 16 by 16, cool. You are 12 down, so bottom is, I think it's 12 divided by 20. Oh, I already did that. Right is going to be 70. Is that really? Is that it? 76. And 16. 16. And then number 16. Gotta hope all this works. I mean, it should, theoretically. It should all theoretically work. Bless it. All right. 54. Cool. All right. Now, if I save this, not bad. There's that. It's 900 wide. Something about it just feels off. Let's do a side by side. So I'm looking at this here. That and that. Okay, looks like we got a couple stragglers here. So we got this guy. So this guy is nth of type 7. So what is number 7? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, did I forget you? Something's off. Very fishy. These aren't connected. Yeah, something's off. But hey, we got it. It was pretty darn close. Okay, so what happened? I guess we should. All right, we just double check our math. 1, bottom, left, 16. 2. That's 2. Is your, damn it. 2 is 10 by 10. 13, bottom 5. Cool. 3 is Mr. 2929. You are bottom 0, left 72. Mr. 4, you're 12 by 12. Your bottom is 23. Your left is 93. All right, you're clear. Number 5, you're 16, 16. Your top 0 and left is 141. Excellent. All right, you're where you're supposed to be. Now, number 6. We're on 6. You're 28 by 28. Your bottom is 47. And your left is 192. Cool. And even 8. Or 6, 7. This is 7. So bottom is 0. You're 16 by 16. Your left, aha, it's 266. Nine by 9. That's going to be our 8. It's our 9 by 9, and he is 380. We have 360. And you are 49 from the bottom. Cool. That means number 9 is our 16 by 16. You are 38 from the bottom and left of 384. Good. Our next one is going to be 10. That's you, who is 25 by 25. Cool. That's our guy. Bottom is 61. Good. And left is 480. So you're good. Now our 11 is 16 by 16. Bottom is 8. Left. Or is it right now? No, it's left. $551. And that's where you're supposed to be. 12 is 20 by 20. Okay, now we're going by the right, so your bottom is 28. Cool. And your right is 237. Cool. Now number 13. You're 24. Oh, okay, 34 by 34. Cool, cool. 4 from the bottom. 213 from the right. Okay. 14 is you, 11 by 11. Your bottom is 32, and your right is 153. All right. 15. You are 16 by 16. Your right is 76. Bottom is 12. Cool. And last but not least, 16. Height and width is 38. Our right value is 54, and this is 31. Oh, I didn't add a 16. That will also cause our problems. Now, all right, and that's exactly right. That is perfect. That's exactly how it's supposed to look. Yeah. Now, let's scale this down. So here's this. Now, let me think how I need to do this. So, when I set this, so I'm scaling it by 3 view widths. So when I set the container, when I tell it to be a different font size, everything else is going to obey that font size now. So I'm going to set it to be smaller. Let's see, screen width. Oh, whoops. This is on square. Font size to view width. Let's see if that works. So now we squeeze it. we're squeezing it to fit here, and I think we could do 3. Yeah, that looks fine. And you have a margin bottom 9. Let's do 10 divided by 20. And there we go. Like I only had to do this once, and it's scaled down pretty nice. Like you see these all these sizes, they're 13.44. They're 7. Like I never did any of these font sizes before, but because I set them in M's for their desktop value, and I use U width to shrink them down, I can scale entire sections. And now I can make this as big or as small as I want. Like if I make the font size 8, everything's going to scale up, and now they're gigantic. So, and what is this? Why is this so big? Huge gap here. But yeah, we don't need that. We don't need 8, so 3 should be sufficient. I think this is a lot of space. So on promise, leave it top of 0. That's just too much space. So there we go. Now we got those guys. That's cool. Okay. Yeah. So there you go. So now when we do our responsive thing here, no, not 1, 2, 4, 320. Let's scroll down, zoom out. So that's what's neat. I did this once. That's it. And now when it grows, you see it's going to grow and grow and grow. Oh, I should probably put a maximum font size on there, because it's just going to keep. You see these boxes? They're just going to keep growing with the font size. The font size is going to keep growing with the screen, so I got to set a cap on it. So we're going to do that cap really quick. What's that? Right here. Squares. So it's 3 view width. There we go. So we're going to cap it at 1M, which is whatever the body is. And so when we're scaling it, you see that's, there we go. Now it's growing, it's growing, it's growing. It's coming in. Okay, now we need that padding top. What's that padding top? 136. I promise. There we go. And it's all proportional. So now that's a lot easier. I'd have to scale everything or do individual styles on mobile, but no, not anymore. So that's that. We got the home services. We got our promise. Next is going to be these. This is going to go by really fast, but I got to go downstairs and get dinner going. So I'm going to pause here, and I'll be back for the next bit. Okay, I'm back. It's the next day. So yeah, we just left off. Now we got our set it and forget it little top here. And next we're going to work on this service section. And this is, again, going to be relatively easy. We just build it once and forget about it. So let's go into here. Looks like we're going to do a portfolio. And inside here it looks like, let's see, Oak Harbor House Contract. I need to copy and paste this. Oh, that's because this is the portfolio. I need services. Right here. Alright, here we go. Okay, that's better. And now we just got to do our cards. So portfolio. Let's hit the, let's do that service container. And then dot card. Let's see, right away, each card, we need to have a drop shadow. That's going to be right, here's the box shadow, here's the background. I'm just going to copy and paste this from Figma. And it's going to have a height of 257 divided by 20m, which is the body, and a width of 257 divided by 20m. And our images, let's give them a display block, margin auto, so they're centered, height of 80 divided by 20m, width of 80 divided by 20m, and then a margin bottom of, let's say, 30. Okay, and then our H3, I need you guys to be font size 24. Divided by 24, and font weight is bold. 700 is bold, so over here 700. And text align center. And then we get the spans in here to drop them to their next line. So we're going to do our span, display block, line height. Let's inherit the line height. Top is going to be 63. So we want to use padding to push everything from the inside. Margin pushes from the outside, padding pushes from the inside. So we're going to nudge these guys down. And what is the color? Primary, right? And let's just see, service container, that's going to be 860. Height is 558. And we're going to flex everybody, display flex, justify content, we're going to do space between, and then align content, space between. And now let's see what that does. So if we come over here and if we save, how close do we get? Well, apparently not that close. Let's see. Oh, that's because this is portfolio. It should be services. Or extra. Okay, oh, we forgot flex wrap. Because they're just going in, without flex wrap, they're just going to position themselves in an entire row no matter how big they are. So we need this flex wrap. We want it to wrap when it reaches, because based on the height and width of our cards, if the next card can't fit, it will wrap to the next line. Let's say that. Okay, Not too bad. Pretty close. Forgot to do our margin auto, so we can center our guy. There's that. And oh, that's right. We have our hover image. So that card image. So we're gonna do. That's right, because I want. Okay, here we go. This is gonna be a fun section. So I want to do something fancy. I want this section, like I want it to flip. I want to do a flip animation and look like this. So how do we do that? We have to create basically 2 cards within the card. So instead of doing this with 2 of them, I'm going to take this. So we do a card within a card. So I'm going to copy this. We're going to do front. So this is the front. And then this is the back. And we're going to absolutely position the back. And we're going to rotate it on the y-axis 180 degrees so that it's facing the other way. And then we're going to rotate the entire card. So we got service 1, hover. Okay, and let's just do it on the first one until we get things right. Here's this card. Here's front, and back is being pushed down. So card image. Let's start with our backup here. Back, so we're going to do position absolute top 0 width 100%. Because when you make something position absolute, you have to tell it how high and like its dimensions. So with 100%, left 0. And then this card has to be position relative. So this has to be position relative if we're going to absolutely position a child. Because any absolutely positioned child is going to be looking to its parent, like asking for its position. It's basically asking permission. Hey, I want to go to the top and left of your container. What do I have permission? And position relative basically says, yes, you have permission to operate within my roof, my bounds. This basically tells the child, you're under my roof and you're going to obey my rules. So this is how big my container is, and this is as far as you can go, 257 by 257. So top 0 is here, left 0 is here. That's what position relative is. It's telling the children that you are in my roof and you must position yourself based on my house. If it doesn't have position relative on it, that means it's not. It's basically saying, no, I have no rules here for you. You don't belong here. And it goes to the next parent, and it asks, hey, do you have position relative on you? And if this one doesn't have it, they're like, no, get out of here, kid. And then it goes to the next parent. Do you have position relative? So it's like that duck that's asking, are you my mommy? That's what position relative is, or absolute is. It's looking for somebody to tell it what to do. It's looking for a parent that basically says, hey, I'm your parent, this is my house, here's the container rules. So that's position relative. So we need to put that on every parent container that has absolutely positioned elements. Hopefully that makes sense. That's how it makes sense to me. So now we got it position absolute. And it's going, let's see, here's back. Here's the image. And margin bottoms on the H3. So we get our back right here. I'm just wondering why it's... Okay, that's our white image. Okay, that's right. So they're up there. So our margin top was, our padding top is 63. So we have to move it down by 63. So my top is going to be 63 divided by 20. And there, now it is literally right on top, and that's what we want. Excuse me. So let's see. I actually want its width to be 100%, height to be 100% as well. Make sure. If I do that, top has to be 0. Because you see now when I had the top, it's pushing it down by 63 pixels. So now it's got to be 0. So I got to put a padding top in it now. So I can push it down from the inside. And there you go. See, now it is within the bounds of the container. So now I'm going to take the take this and I'm going to take the background gradient. So the back cards are going to have this background gradient on them. And there it is. We can't forget our border radius. What was that? 5 pixels? 5 divided by 20 m. That has to be 20 m. Oh, and another important thing here, we got our box shadow in pixels. We have to put those in m's now. It doesn't matter about the 0, but we have to put every single pixel value, every single one, even box shadows, and we have to divide them by 20. Okay, so that looks about right. Now our back H3. That color is going to be white. So this is now sitting on top. And what we want to do now is we're going to rotate it. So we're going to transform it. So what you do when you do these flipping cards, it's best to start with what it's supposed to look like and where. So it's supposed to look like this, sitting on top. And then from there, you position it to its final position, which I have to rotate. I need to rotate Y 180 degrees. And see, now it's backwards. And so I'm just trying to plan out how I want to do this. Z index -1. Okay, so now it is behind this, but you see, you still see the outline of it. So what I like to do is I like to put opacities on them. Opacity 0, because when you do these flips, a lot of times what you use is called backface visibility, and Safari and the other browsers don't really play nice with that, and it kind of gets frustrating in dealing with Safari bugs. And so if you just use opacity and then animate that fixes that solves that problem. So when we hover over the card here, so when we hover, I want the entire card to rotate 180 degrees on the y-axis, which is if you think about the y-axis as the up and down, we want it to rotate around that axis. And then we got to add a transition for it to animate. When you do a transition, a lot of times people just put, they just put this, and that transitions every property, and we don't want that. So you have to tell it which property you want it to transition explicitly for best performances. And if you have to do multiple transitions, you just do a comma and do the next one, right? And so on and so forth. Background is not a transitionable property. It has to be background color. So you have to change this to background color if you want this to animate properly, or else it's going to throw an error in Google page speeds. I've dealt with that before, and that's what I learned. You have to explicitly tell it which transforms you want, which transitions to which properties to transition when you hover, and some of them you can't use, like background. So I want the transform property to transition from its default state to its new hover state in 3 seconds. And then I want the back property. I want its opacity to go to 1. And we do the transition. Opacity, 0.3 seconds. So that should work. I'm just trying to make sure I got everything lined up. I'm gonna save. Cool. Okay, so now let's try. We're seeing the front still. So dot front. Let's set its opacity to 0. And let's see, card. Here's back. Dot front. We gotta do our transition. Opacity 0.3 seconds. So for the transition between both states, just put the transition on the element and not on the hover. So I had to add the front here so I can add a transition to it and transition its opacity. And there it is. But you see, it's not quite looking 3D. So what we have to do, we have to look to the container, and we have to add a perspective to it. So card, perspective, and I always just do 700 pixels. That's kind of like my base. And then on the, let's see, or no, because the card is the one that's flipping, so I need to put this on its container, on the services container. And then right here on the card itself, we need to do a transform style and preserve 3D. So we need to set the perspective on the container. And it's kind of hard to explain what perspective is. It's just basically how far away the elements are when they animate. You know, when you're looking at a city skyline from the street, and you look up at a building and it's like going toward a point in the sky, that's perspective. And that's what this is creating. It's creating that space for your elements to have their perspectives lining with. It's hard for me to explain. And then transform style, you just preserve the 3D aspect. And I think that's what we need to do. I think 0.3 is too much. Let's do 0.6. Let's slow this down. See? And now it looks like a card is animating and flipping. That's neat. And we don't, because these aren't links, so we don't need to have a cursor. This is just a fun little. There we go. So now if we, how do I want to copy and paste these? Because I don't want to do it. Yeah, I guess I have to. I don't want to retype everything, so we're just going to copy and paste this. That's the front. So we just got to do these now for every card. this. Copy dot front. Back. Yeah, just give me a second while I get all this going. It's faster to do it this way than have to retype everything, all the text and stuff. And there we go. That wasn't so bad. So there's a good resource. Let's see, rotate 3D CSS. Where's the one that I was reading? Uh, 3D transforms CSS. Here it was. So this will explain 3D transforms. This is one, and then somebody's calling me. Nope. This is one. This one. Here we go. Yeah, this is the one I was clicking on. So it'll tell you. See, so we have our scene with our card, and our front face and our back face. Right. We create them as they are, and then we just start adding CSS to style them and put them on top of each other, and that's how we create our little flippings, and it'll explain everything, like perspective, what exactly it is. So yeah, 3dtransforms.desandro.com/perspective, and just go through these. That, and you got your W3 schools. They're always great, but I feel like sometimes they don't explain everything very well. So, but yeah, look up those resources because 3D transforms are pretty neat, and they're not as hard as you think. It's just one thing. If you're gonna try and remember it like I do, all I know is on the container. So whatever the element is that's flipping or 3D animating, go to its container, add perspective of 700 pixels or however much you want. But I start at 700. And then on the actual element that's flipping, you put that transform style preserve 3D, and that's it. And then it will, all those transforms, those rotating transforms, and it'll add the 3D to it. That's how I remember it. And you'll notice that this, using the opacity instead of backface visibility, I'm not going to run into very many bugs or issues with Safari, which is now the new Internet Explorer. So it's a lot more lightweight. Animating opacity is a very low effort thing for the browser. So then there's that. Now all we gotta do, let's go to mobile and see what we look like here. Because you see, and this is what I'm talking about. When you, so these are all styled and built on the desktop sizes. So if normally what I would do is I would just make these cards, in a row of 4, but that makes the scroll length a little long. So one of the great features of doing everything in this M, everything divided by 20. So I'm going to go to the container, this service container, And I'm going to add a font size of, well, let's do my font size calculator. Where are you? Oh, you're here. There it is. So we're going to set the minimum to be a view width unit that scales it down, and then it will grow until it reaches 1M, which is whatever the body font size is. So when I do this, clearly, I don't want to. That's how small it is. So it's still doing the 3x3. So what I want to do is I don't want it to be 3x3. I want it to be 2x2. So I have to reduce the size of the container. So we're going to do width of 400 divided by 20. Now let's try 5, 6, 7. There we go. So 570. So now that's where we're getting our because on tablet on tablet I'm just going to change it back to 860. So let's remove this. So on service container on mobile, I'm changing its width to be 570, so it jumps to 2 lines, and that's good right there. Now I just increase the font size until they get bigger. Let's do 2.2. So now I'm just trying to make it fit in the screen, and I got some room to grow. So let's do 2.7, 2.9. Let's do 3, and 3.1. There we go. So you see what's happening is I'm using the font size to scale my elements down so that they fit in a 2x2 grid. And now let's see. So if I gotta take my heartburn pill. I'm gonna pause really quick. I'm gonna take my medication. That's why I have reminders, because I keep forgetting. So yeah, I got acid reflux, and man, does it get gnarly at night sometimes. So I'm gonna pause really quick, and I'll come right back. Okay, I'm back and properly medicated now. So this height is still based on the this, because I want these guys to. I mean, I could use a margin bottom, but again, I don't want to. I don't really feel like I want to do that, because that's just more CSS I have to reset. Because I have my flexbox, I have all of my content to align space between, just like Justify. So because Justify content works because I set the width, and whatever space is between them, it just puts that space between them. And for align content, if you want that same effect to happen, you also have to set its height so that it determines how high it needs to be, and then it sees the space between, and then it puts it between them. And this actually, it's pretty darn good. That was a great estimate from there. So rather than having to go in and reset the width here and then reset the margin here, I just got to reset 2 things in the same, I just got to do 2 things in the same property rather than messing with 2 different properties. But now you can see the like the power of doing this M thing, because in just a couple lines, I was able to take this 3x3 grid that was 257 high and transform it into a grid that is 127 high and tall, and I don't have to write any more CSS. Like normally, without this, I'd have to write a mobile style for this, and then I'd probably reset it on a tablet and then desktop. So I build it once for all the desktop sizes, and then I just scale it down with this font size um, declaration here. So it's going to keep growing until it reaches its full potential. So it's at 127 now. It's going to keep growing bigger and bigger with the screen size until it reaches its 257 at 20M, which is 1M. Because this is 1M when the body hits 20 over 20, right? So when we do responsive, let's do 320. This is going to be pretty neat. So when we look at it on the responsive side, so when I grab this and I zoom in, everything in here is going to grow proportionally. So you see the box and everything inside of it, they're all growing into their final size. And that is true 100% responsiveness. So they're maintaining their ratio with each other until they hit a point right there. That's where they're 257 by 257 in this form. This is being scaled down by 15%. So this is its final 15% scaled down form. And then once we get to, obviously big desktop and stuff, it's going to go back to 257. It's going to pop. So all I got to do is change the height and width on tablet, and we're good. So I go to tablet, extra, what was it? Extra service container. So its height is 558 divided by 20M, and its width is 860. So when I do that, let's go to tablet. So we go to here. Let's see what happens. There we go. Now we got our 3 squares, and it looks like they're fitting just nice and neatly. So they're still fitting. They're not quite their full size yet, and that's it. I don't need large desktop. I don't need small desktop. Everything is done in mobile, literally, and then I'm just resizing the container on tablet so that it can bloom into what it's supposed to be. And let's just check this margin, Bob. It's 44. 34. It's 40. Yeah, I'll take 40. Because I've been wanting to do that multiple of 20 things, so 4 pixels ain't that bad. And so that's that section. And we got our little flippies. So now, now we're a little extra fancy. Neat. Except I think we're missing our box shadow. Let's see, is the box shadow on the card? Okay, box shadow's on the cards. Is it still on there? Yeah, we still got our shadow. But yeah, that's how we would do a section like that. And now on to the fun one, which is the looks like we got our work cut out for us on this one. So at least this is done, right? Copy. Paste. Our work. Okay, now for the nitty gritty here. So right away, I know I need to put these guys in a grid. So let's close this up. Wait. That was confusing. It's our extra services section. Here's our portfolio. All right, now let's start setting our styles. So right away I know I got a gallery, okay, and this gallery needs to be there we go. It needs to be width of 868 divided by 20m, a height of 768 divided by 20m. So that's how we determine these things. We need the height and width of our container. That's number one. We have to know the boundaries of what we're operating in. And no, I'm not doing it based on like from here to here. I'm doing it based on here. So I'm going to create this grid. I'm going to align them so that they all fit like this. And then these two guys, I'm just going to transform them and shove them down. That's how I'm going to do that. So we got our gallery here. We're going to display, it's going to be a flex, justify content, space between, align content, space between. And you notice I'm using it, it's not align items. When you want to align the content, just like you do, like you're justifying, you need to use align content space between, because this space between doesn't work on align items. It just aligns the items center within their box. And if I want them to actually interact with each other and push off of each other, I need to use align content. So if you're trying to use space between, always justify content, align content. That content is key. Otherwise, I use align items center, and that just centers them in their little container, but it doesn't actually position them from anywhere. So we got that. Now we need our flex wrap because we want them to wrap. And so we're setting the images inside of this image div. So all of our images live inside of a div. And I know that seems weird, but this is a pretty neat way to do these. So we're going to do, let's see, dot image. Right away, position relative, because I know it's going to have a position absolute element inside of it. And let's set the heights and widths. So width is 273 divided by 20m. Height is 369 divided by 20m. And I think that's all we need. So now the image inside, I have a little snippet here that I like to use. Just, it's irritating having to do it. So object fit. So the image, we're going to absolutely position it. And then it's going to be positioned to the top and left. Its height and width is going to be 100% of its container. So we want it to fill the entire container. And then object fit cover, which will make it cover, because when you just do height and width like this, if it's not the exact proportions of like the height and width of the div, it's going to be stretched. But when you do object fit cover, it will make it fit like it's a background size cover. Like if you set the image as a background image instead of like inline in HTML, when you do background image and you tell the image and then you do background size cover, that's essentially what this is doing for an inline, HTML image. It's telling it to cover the entire like height and width of its parent, and I'm telling it to be 100% width and height, and this just maintains its proportions. So when I do that, the images are going to fill just like this. And it's nice because then I don't have to make images that are exactly those dimensions. I could just make their widths about the same, and maybe if their width is 273, but their height is like a little higher, maybe like 400, that's fine. I don't want to put too much work into having to resize them all perfectly. So I can just drop them in here, and we got our mobile one and our desktop one, and they're all being lazy loaded. And then Chase family. I gotta change this code to remove the alt tag because I was using this for another website that I was working on. And then our images, let's just do 273. I'm just going to copy this. And it's 369. Okay, that's that. And now I want this box here. So 106 pixels. That is how offset it is. So I want the nth of type. I want number 2, comma, and I want number 5. That's what this is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I want 2 and 5. Transform, translate y-axis. I want to go down 106 divided by 20m. And delete that. Let's just see, gallery, we got our chevron. Let's just take this out of the equation so it's not pushing against anything. With 100% top. Let's arrange it from the bottom. Bottom of, so it's, if this is the bottom, that's 138. So this is the bottom of the graphic. If this is the bottom of the container, that means this is 138 from the container. So we're going to set its bottom value to be negative 138 divided by 20m, and hopefully that takes care of that. Also, let's put a z-index on it. Send you in the back, and let's see how close we got. So this is always exciting. Let's see our work around town, and now we do our CSS. Let's see how close we got. Not very. Oh, position, relative, margin, auto. Looks like it's because of the padding bottom, it's positioning itself down. But this chevron, maybe because I got to set the height. There we go. Okay, so the chevron is fitting as it needs to, but the padding, padding bottom is throwing it through a loop here. So we got a padding bottom of 100, so let's remove 100 from here. Dang it. There we go. Okay, and for some reason, oh, I think, let's try this, display block. Nope. So you're not getting your transform. Why? Oh, you want to know why? Because I'm stupid. It's not because this is looking inside the image right here, this image container, and it's looking at the image. There's only one image inside this container, so this has nothing to do with it. So I got to remove this. I want the nth of type of the image. So the actual, like this guy, I want the second and fifth one of this. And then I want to transform it like that. There we go. But yeah, that's pretty darn close. Just I keep forgetting a few things, but overall that there it is. Not too shabby. Actually, maybe because of this, maybe I need that 100. Let's see. It appears this might not be centered. So let's do that forces it to be centered. But it looks like it might be a fundamental flaw in the And this is interesting too. Why are you floating up here? Oh, because it says a margin top on it. Oh, there's a baby at my door that should not be at my door. Let me go answer the door. She's a knocking. Hold on. Okay, I'm back. So it looks like services. For some reason, this section's already pulling from somewhere. Yeah, this is pulling from the cards. This is a specificity issue. We have the same ID. That's a no-no. So this is going to be, what is this called? Why choose? Okay, that looks a little better. I mean, it doesn't look better, but it looks better. So I gotta figure out why it appears it's not centered in here. Very interesting. Pull this off to the side. None of these are centered. So you know what? This is a coding tutorial. Screw it. Let's code it. So we're going to remove this. The way I see this working is, oops, reset. So we got, we're going to have two divs. And they're going to be inside a container. So it's going to be chevron. And we're going to have lefty and righty. This is going to be aria hidden equals true. And that's it for the markup. So when we go to CSS, so I'm just going to leave this. And then we're going to have dot lefty. Position absolute, obviously. So let's just do our widths and heights. So this is going to be 11 width 1140 divided by 20m. Height is 458 divided by 20m. And that's going to be the same for righty. And I gotta plan how I want this. So I want, okay, I gotta set the container. Width of, let's say 25, 75. Height of 1137. Okay, and so I gotta plan out. I think I gotta put. Well, right away, let's get these guys going. So I think. Actually, I don't think doing a pseudo is gonna work. Unless it's a box. Yeah, I think that's how I gotta do it. I gotta make a box. Okay. So just plan this out. Instead of repeating myself, we're gonna do box. Because it sounds like a lot of these styles can be applied to them at the same time. So box, and then 4, and I'm just going to copy my pseudocode for my befores. I have a before and after. That's how we're going to create these extra boxes. Trying to use as few markup as possible in the HTML. So we can use pseudo elements that are attached to these, and they're going to be positioned off of this rectangle. They're just going to be pushed down a little bit and pushed out. So let's see. This rectangle is going to be, let's just make them go the full width. And then the height, I guess it doesn't really matter. 300 divided by 20m. And their bottom value, it looks like, what would that be? How do we find that? I gotta find this value. I'm gonna rotate until it looks about right. It's about 32. So I want to go bottom 32, negative 32, and this rectangle is 25%. I think this is just something I'm gonna have to eyeball once we get it once we get there. So we'll just leave the yeah, we'll leave that value there. And then the after, let's just copy and paste all this. And let's do another 32, so it's going to be 64, so we stay even. Now let's just see what the hell I'm doing here. So here's my two guys. Now I want to do lefty. Let's go right, 50%. So that should put him here. And then righty. Left. Let's bring this to the top. Chevron Z index 100. Okay, so this is chevron, right? For some reason, oh, maybe, oh, that's right. Box. Well, they don't have a left value. So they should be technically right here in the center, is what they should be doing. Oh, and this should be negative. Yeah, that's it. Why is this height? Okay, what the hell is happening here? Oh, I don't have a background on my box because I'm dumb. Okay, so it's just the okay, there we go. Now you see, so I got my box here. And then there's the pseudo elements that are creating that, and then I'm just going to rotate them because I want them to be in the middle. So I'm wondering if it's an issue with this. Yeah, it looks like if I make this smaller, it brings them closer to the middle. I want to be exact. Okay, there we go. So that's getting pretty, we're getting pretty close now. Wait until it closes, so it's 83, 2, 1. And one more. 8. There, I lift off. All right, now they are officially in the center. So I'm going to take, so this is my left. So I'm having it go from the right 50%. So left is being positioned from the right. So it's getting pushed from the right 50% so that its rightmost border is right dead center. Same thing with right lefty. Oh, sorry. Wait a minute. Maybe I'm getting this wrong. Lefty is right. 50. Actually, let's just make this left. I think it was working differently in my head. Okay, so here's righty, and that's lefty. Interesting, so it doesn't matter what I do. They're both going to be here. Okay. Well, either way, they're positioned 50% from either side. So they're going to be right here. And now I need to take, I need to get the angle 153.4. Is that a negative? Or no, lefty's on the right. So so this is going to be negative, is what it says. We'll find out if that's really the case. Oh, you want to know why this isn't working? I'm a fucking idiot. All right. Lefty, righty. Okay, cool. For some reason, we have a gap again. So 77, 76, 75, 74. Is that as good as it gets? Okay, so here's lefty. And then here's righty. Okay, now I at least got them there. I think maybe that's just a browser thing because it's the inspector, so I think it's a bug. There should not be technically a gap there. Okay, so let's go a righty. So transform, rotate, negative 153 degrees. Cool. Nothing. Why aren't you taking it? Righty. Righty. Just trying to figure out why this transform doesn't get any picked up. Oh, Jesus, there it is. Okay, so let's try 153. Okay, if that's the case, then these need to be... I need to put them down here. And then you are going to be negative. So now we got that. Let's set the transform origin because I want them to. I want their right now they're transforming. It looks like they're transforming on their center point right here. I want them to transform on their lower. So on lefty, on righty, I want it to transition on the lower bottom left, so that it rotates on its bottom left, and this rotates on its bottom right. So on lefty, transform origin, we tell it where to transform from. So lefty, I want it to transform from its bottom right corner. So it's going to be bottom right. And on lefty, I want it to transform on its bottom left corner. Let's see if that worked. Okay. Cool. So it worked as I expected. However, it's flipped. So let's take our chevron. Translate y negative 1. That did not what I that didn't do anything what I wanted it to do. Let's see if we put it here. That's supposed to flip it, but I guess not. notice what it's doing on the, if I reverse their rotations, so then I want to make this left, and this right, because I reversed it, and that is not at all what I want to do. You can see we're getting there. Like the logic is there. I'm just going to reverse this because that made what I pretty darn close to what I wanted it to be. So instead of flipping, let's rotate it. Okay, so now we got those there. So this should be top. Whoops. This should be bottom. And there's those. And now I remember telling you I have to eyeball these. So let's see. So if they're 32 down, if I do left 32 divided by 20, and this before goes right. Oh, I have to reset the left value. Too much. Let's cut it in half. Let's do 15. That's pretty close. Let's these images are getting in the way. So let's set an opacity on our gallery. There we go. Actually, that looks pretty gosh darn close. So now let's move our afters. So let's try 30. Okay, we're gonna have to go a little more. Let's do 32. I guess that's the magic number. So there we go. Now we made it in CSS. Neat. Let's remove this opacity. Let's set the z-index back on chevron to -1. Let's zoom out. So, so we rotated it, so now its bottom value is going to be weird. Because technically, oh, I gotta take this call. All right, just a second. Okay, I'm back. So that was a new client. So they decided to sign with me for 2 websites. Exciting call. A new construction company and a dermatology office. So those will be 2 new videos that I'll have to do. So back to this. So because of the way we rotated it, that's technically the bottom now. Let's decrease this height. I see. So it's the transform. So it's transforming into the center, so it's rotating everything up. So let's try transform origin. Let's try center. Bottom. Okay, there's bottom. Cool. So let's get rid of this. Let's bring that height back. I think I need that. 37. Transform origin bottom. Well, that's no good. It's just the nature of rotating this thing. I think it's my boxes. They're being rotated outside of the box, and that's our problem. We don't have any tops or bottoms. Let's do bottom 0. There we go. Sort of. Let's try top 0. That's getting us closer to where we wanted to be. Alright. So here's our chevron. This is so strange. So our container's here for everything, but everything inside the container is up here. Okay, so there's that. So no matter what I do, sorry, it's just, I'm trying to wrap my head around what the hell is happening here, so. See if I just force them down. There's that. So I mean, there is that. I guess I just forced them all the way down. At bottom, let's do 8. So they're going outside the box a little bit. So let's try 770. Okay, we're right there. Now that's a lot better. I just had to bring them back down to earth. And let's change their widths to like 2000. So they're going off, doing their thing. And now we want them to be come on. Go back to where you were. want them to be underneath just a little bit. So we want the bottom just right there, I guess. Yeah, a little in. So let's eyeball this. Too much. 70. Oh, that's about right. But this looks lighter. Uh-huh. Appears. My pseudos are on top. I hate it when this happens. So the pseudos are on top of my let's bring this back up. Let's see what's exactly happening here. See, these are on top. They should not be on top. Why are you doing this? So I want these to be behind. So now it's just causing more issues. I hate when I run into these issues where the pseudo elements are not behaving. They're not doing what I tell them to do. They're on top of their element, and I don't know why. So it appears my only option is to make them as high as they are from the bottom. So right now the before is 32 from the bottom, so we're going to make you 32 high. And then you're going to be 64. So what's happening is instead of making them overlapping, I'm making them exactly the width that they are being positioned away from the bottom. So this is the bottom, and the before element is 32 pixels high, right? And it's being dragged down by 32 pixels to overlap here. And then this guy is 64 pixels tall, and we're dragging him down 64. So their height and width is never overlapping. It's just on the edge, and that's a neat little workaround. So let's put this back down to -1. Now we got the intended effect. So cool. There's that. Now we have to do this for mobile. As you can see, it's a little squished. So what I need to do is I need to get my, where you at? I know you're not down here. There it is. So on my, I just want to target um, the gallery. So if I put it on portfolio, it will also target these, which is not what I want. So I'm going to have to do it on Chevron. I'm going to close this, close this. I'm going to do it in front. So dot Chevron and dot gallery. I want to do your font size there. Now let's see what this does. Okay, sort of. I wonder what would happen. Because the gallery, if I do 1.7, looks like it kind of works. Let's do 2. 2.3. 2.2. The 2.2, it looks like they can fit here. It just looks like the chevron is not exactly where it wants to be. It's a little low. Let's go to our responsive. Let's just see what happens. Let's see what its behavior is. So it looks like they grow proportionally into that. It's just a little low on mobile. But if I position it inside of here, let's see what happens if I put a chevron inside the gallery. And now it's just the gallery with the font size. So it looks like it's a lot better. Oh wait, never mind. Save. So I guess the only problem now is the nth child get messed up. So instead of doing nth child, because now there's another child. This is now the nth child. This is the nth type, which is a div. So maybe if I change it to nth child, no. I think I just got to do. I add a class, so 2. We're gonna do. I'm gonna call it shift. We're going to put it on 2 and 5. 2, 3, 4, and 5. Take this out of the image. Put this down here. All right, so now those will shift. This isn't so bad. Let's make the chevron do it now. So let's add a font size here to the chevron. Let's just make you bigger. looks like this is having no effect. All right. But that's, man, spam guys, they're relentless. They don't stop. But I think I can accept this. So it'll just grow proportionally until it hits where it's supposed to hit. And isn't that neat? I did one line of code on the gallery, and the entire gallery is completely responsive. I don't know. Blows my little mind. But 32. I don't like how low it is here at 320. That's my only gripe. I guess let's lower it. It gets bigger. At about, let's say 500. Now let's just set that down there so it will look like that. 320. There, that looks, well, let's do 320. I wonder if I do it by the top. I wonder how that will change things. I'm just playing right now. I'm just going to see how this affects it if I do it from the top. Oh, it's much worse. Okay. That's fine. I think for what it is, and it looks good. It's like that. I love that. Like I built it once, and it just is. So I only need one tablet one, or it's not even tablet. It's just next step. There we go, and that's the beauty of the system now. Is I can do that. I build it once and then scale it down, so I'm writing less code. Let me just make sure. 55. This seems a little tight. Let's make all of our toppers 60. So again, this is why I separated it so that I can target them and move them all down by the same amount. So now that's 60. That's 60. That's 60. No, that's 80. But there we go. So yeah, we're really coming along here now, and so we get our portfolio. Oh, it's nice. Again, because of that whole body thing, if I didn't have body font size sent to one view width at 2000 pixels, when this screen size got bigger, this would just keep continuing going on, and the screen would have like this huge graphic here on the left and right, and then just itty bitty tiny little content here in the middle. But when we get to 2000 and everything grows, it's now a uniform experience. And it's not as bad. So we get that we view the same website. Whoa, hello. my perspective got a little wonky there. I guess he's flipping on. I wonder if I change the perspective. Okay, that gets worse, so I need to go higher. Let's try 16. Okay, that's more manageable. Let's see what happens at normal. Not enough. So, looks like on our services here, I want topper promise extra services. So let's say at 2,500. Extra services container perspective is 1,500 pixels, and that'll fix that. Good. And now we're on to this. So this should be a relative, hopefully not too bad. Let's zoom out. And extra portfolio. So we got one more section. I need two more. Copy and paste this. This is going to be Y. And the first thing we need to do is you just set the flex. So this is going to go on top. So Y, and we're going to flex direction column. So we're going to do the flex direction for mobile because that's where it's going to start. And then we're going to do all the styles for desktop. Justify content, left and right, centered. And this div, yeah, this left section here. Let's do a text align center. I want to center everything because image is display inline. So if any of its containers has text align center, it will align in the center. It's a pretty neat little property. And now let's do the let's get the squares going. So you got square here. Okay. Y. So that means it's container. I gotta do left section. I actually gotta put this inside of here. Nest it. It's all nice and organized by section. So position absolute, that means the parent needs to be position relative. Height is going to be, well, width is 311. And I'm just going to make it 311. It's not a perfect square in here, and I'm going to make it one. There, now they're all perfect squares. And well, I can't set the opacity. If I set the opacity on the parent, all of the children will have that opacity, and we don't want that. These are all check. These are all different colors. That's 70%. That's 25, and that's 25. Yeah. Okay, so here's what I got to do. I got to go to my color picker, paste in the color that I have here, and then I take this RGB value. We're going to do the RGBA. Because this alpha is the opacity. So you can add the opacity in the color by using RGBA, and that opacity will not be passed down to the children. So you got that. And this position absolute. And then I'm going to get my pseudo elements. Before and my after. So if you're not familiar with pseudo elements, you didn't see my previous videos, every pseudo element needs this. If you're wondering why your pseudo element is totally messing up, add content and an empty string, because it needs to have a content, even if it is nothing. It needs to have this. This is where you'd put like text and stuff and make like when you hover, a nice little subscript pops up and says a tooltip or something. That's where you'd put that. And then you can position them normally, and give it a height and width, background opacity, and that's just basic pseudo element. I just copy and paste my code, and then I go to work. So this one's going to be 51 divided by 20m, 51 divided by 20m, and it looks like you are 91 from the left, and I think I need to get rid of you so that I can work with these guys for a second. And how far are you from the top? 22. Negative 22 divided by 20m. So that goes up. And then this guy, my after. Oh, and your opacity is 0.25. Your color, well, what's your background color? 1BA. Okay, you have a different background color. .25. Height and width of 256 divided by 20m. And you are going to be 126 from the left. And then you are 125 from the bottom. Let's see if this worked. Yeah, that's cool. To my left section, dot square, height and width, y. Here's my left section. Here's some squares. So it looks like the pseudo elements are not being attached. Oh, there they are. I just had to refresh. Okay, that's exactly what we want it to look like. So let's go back to our Figma. Undo, undo, undo. Bring you back in here. And let's assume that this image, this is the height and width of left section. So left section will be a width of 413 divided by 20m and a height of 395. And the way we get this position is we're going to base it off of here. So you are, let's put a border around you. So 48 up. So 48 up from the bottom. And 48, wait, no, 52. Width is always first. 52 from the left. So left is negative 52 divided by 20m. Okay. Undo that, undo that, undo that. Cool. Now if we go to here and save, so there's that, and square the index, -1. So you get behind everybody. Left section, we're going to do margin auto to center it, because left section is now only this big. Right here, this big. So that tells me, wait, left section. Oh, I put left on the, I'm stupid. No wonder this didn't look right. There we go. So now here's the left section, and there's square, which is where it should be. Because this was display block, it's a block level. It's a div, so it's block level. So by its nature, it pulls to the left. And when we set its margin to auto, it centers it, and that's what happened there. So we got that, and this is just pretty standard stuff here. So let's collapse the left section. Text align left. Well, no. So you put center on there. So let's actually ignore this for now, because we're going to add that later. Left section square. Now we're going to do margin bottom 50 divided by 20m. Is that good enough space? So here it is on mobile. Now let's go to mobile and let's see what this looks like. Okay, so you can see square is a little big. So what we're going to do is, the square is the parent, left section is the parent. So we're going to do the font size on it. That nifty little font size equation. We're going to take this, oh no, that's just on, let's see, this is on left section, square. But everything should be getting it. Why is the image not getting it? Why is it just the square? Because the image doesn't have any, doesn't have heights or width declared. So it has the same height and width as the left section. Or we don't even need to do that. Do width 100%, height auto. There we go. So it will fill whatever, it'll fill up whatever the left section is. So when this gets scaled down, this gets scaled down too, because it's 100% of whatever this is scaled to. So that's a lot smaller. Let's increase it. Let's do 2.5 view width. Let's make that bigger. I think we can get away with some more. 9. There we go. And because So because this is positioned left by 52. Is that 52? Yeah. It's gonna make it look like this isn't centered because this is pushing to the left of the box, and it's making this box look off-centered by 52. So I want on this left section, I'm actually going to transform it on the x-axis positive 52 divided by 20m. So we're going to shift it over so that because technically, you see the box. This is left section. It's technically off-centered, but visually, because I put this 52 pixels to the left, unless I move this section 52 pixels to the right, it's going to look off-centered because this is left-heavy now. But now this is visually centered, although it's not mathematically centered. It just looks centered, and that's the reasoning behind that. I want to make sure when you do things like this, you want it to look centered. Just because it's mathematically centered doesn't mean it's right. You have to make sure it's visually centered. And I want to give more space here. Let's see. So let's do 60. I just want to give it some more space. 80. Separate it a little bit. Okay, that looks fine. That looks fine. I think my P's are getting that from the other. Yeah, I don't really like my line heights on these P's. Let's go to that section. So 18, if I want it to be 1.5, that's 9. 9 is half, so I want it to be 27. I like that better. I like a 1.5 M line height. It just looks better, especially on mobile. And look at these spaces. I don't like these spaces at all. This feels like too much, honestly. It feels like one of them needs to go. Let's do promise. Let's go to promise. And let's well, no, let's go to the next section. Let's get rid of the padding top on services on extra. There we go. See, that's better. That's too much space. And same thing from here. Let's go to portfolio. That looks fine. And then our reviews. That's the next one we're going to get to. But let's jump to iPad. Or not. Let's make the screen bigger and see. Let's see where things break. Right about here, right about 568. That's where we run into this problem here. So we're going to make media query for 568 pixels, just because the spam. Just because the graphic here is not playing nice, and this is also shifted up, so they're not obeying visually the spacing they should be having. Let's give them some more space, 200. That feels better. And this, I don't like this. Y with our left section, so let's do Y topper H2 with 100% and a max width of 682 divided by, what's your font size? 36. And then you stop at okay, I guess that's about what we want. So since we're on iPad, so we can still get away with center aligning. And so I think once we get to small desktop, that's, I don't know. Because this is small desktop. Also, this is iPad Pro. So I think what I'll do is I'll wait until 12. Because I could scale it. But I think I'll wait till 1300. Let's go to 1300. Let's get rid of, we don't have a small desktop, we just have a large desktop at 1300. And that's when we do our, we change our flex direction to row. And that's it. So now they're next to each other. Text align left. Well, that didn't work. Where are y'all getting your text align from? Center from topper H2. Okay, so Y dot topper H2 text align center. No, dummy, left. Okay, so there's that. So now we have to do that for dot green. Actually, copy. All three in one line. And then we're going to do margin left 0. And max width 682 divided by, oh dang, that's not going to work because they all have different font sizes. Let's do width 60%. With auto. I'll make it smaller. Why won't you go smaller? Okay, so that's all right. Oh, let's change this justify. I have an idea. Justify content center. So let's center these guys. Yeah, okay, you have a margin on you that you should not have. So, dot left section. So you see what I did there was when you are trying to justify your content and you place it into the center, If you have something that's not behaving, like it's obviously they're not in the center, check the element, because chances are this div, it has here, the left section, it has a margin on it, a margin auto, and it's pushing everything away. So we just have to reset that margin to 0, and there we go. I'm wondering why this is overlapping. Oh, that's because of the transform we did. So we need to do a transform none. There we go. Now they're touching. And then what we do instead now, so margin 51. So left section, margin right, 51. And that will position perfectly. So that's just another positioning technique I like to use. If I have two items inside of a container that I'm flexing, I will push them to the center so that they're always in the center, and then I'll make one of them have a margin that pushes them away from the difference. And it doesn't matter which one, but this is all mathematically correct. And I didn't want this like hanging off on the side here, so I made this to be like 40% so that it can grow and stop growing here. So when I do this, it should go and then stop where it needs to stop. Let me just put this where it's supposed to be. Why choose? Let's see. Trusted. Boom. Oh, and naturally, we have a little more here, so I'm gonna do that and that. And that's it for that section. So let's do a quick zoom and make sure everything scales. And looks like we're doing fine. Everybody is moving at the pace that they're supposed to be. Nice consistent experience. All right, and now we're just on to the reviews. So that's done. Why? So let's look at what we got to do here first. So our topper, we got I don't like that. It just says testimonials. We're going to do the typical one we have here. So some nice things people have said about us. This goes here. Okay, and then we're just going to do, when we look at this, again, we have to adjust this. Is this just the topper, or is this just H2? It's just H2. And that's a good one. That's a good one to stop at, 500. So that's fine. And now we just got to build our boxes. So inside here, we have our reviews box. And inside there, we have a review. And this review is 505 wide. height is 279. And we got a box shadow on here. And a background. Cool. And we got a padding of, let's see, 56, 54, 58. And let's just do padding as, yeah, I think that's fine. Let's do a min height. Just in case the content runs a little long, it can expand with it. So we're going to do padding. What is it? 56, 54, 58, 42. So let's just do 50. Let's just say 50 pixels all around. 50 divided by 20 all around. And inside this review, we have name group. And there's going to be display flex box, because we want to position these guys, this name and this group, this image here. Display flex, flex direction. Oh, we don't need to set that. Flex, actually, justify content. Excuse me, burp. Flex start. So I want them to position themselves to the left. So I want to push them all over here, and then I want to align items center. So just aligning them in the center, and then this looks like 40 pixels. So let's do dot name. That's going to be, we have to do our font size first. So we know what size we're going to do, 24 divided by 20em. So now everything is going to be divided by 24. So margin right, I'm just going to say 40 divided by 24em. And font weight, it's bold. And then my stars. Stars are going to be 93 wide and 19. I'll just give them a display block, just for good measure. And now this group is going to have pixels down. So this name group, margin bottom, 20 divided by 20em, which just turns out to be 1em. And then our P's, font size 16 divided by 20em. Line height, again, 1.5em is what I want. So I'm just going to do that. I don't need to do a math. I just want it to be 1.5. Was black. It's the line left. Cool. And so we got this now. So we need our container that these guys live in. .1026. So review box width 1026 divided by 20em. Margin auto. Display flex. Flex direction column, because it's going to be on mobile first. And justify content center. So we get this. There we go. So this is mobile. And then our review, let's just add a margin around it of margin bottom. How much are you in here? 20. And there's that. So now let's go to tablet. So I think that's where I'm going to side by side them. Why are y'all behaving the way you're behaving? You don't look centered. Oh, that's because review width. We got to make this a max width. So right now it's trying to be really wide and it's throwing things off. So to be responsive, we do width 100% or 96%. More span. Oh wait, never mind. Hold on. No. I have to max width. Yeah, width 100%. And then this is going to be max width. And margin auto. Okay, so what just happened was I set the reviews box, so the box that carries everybody. I set this to be 96% of the width of the screen, so that I can have a little gap here on the right. And I set its max width to stop growing once you reach this width. And I did the same thing with review to make it more responsive. I set it to 100% of its container here, and then its max width will top out at 505. So that's what I did there. It's basic responsive design with 100% max width, whatever you want, so that it stays in mobile and then it grows. So 320, let's go down to 75. So when we do this, you see they're kind of taking up their space. They're longer than what they should be, but they're going to grow, they're going to flex, and then they're going to stop growing right about here, which is their what do you call it? Their scaled down size. And also we got to get rid of this padding top on reviews, so that there's not that weird gap. I don't like these that are touching. There we go. I just did the same thing here. I set its width to 96% and margin left and right auto so that it centers. I didn't like how close these things were to the edge. You don't want that. So there's that. And then when we grow, got another one. When we grow, let's say 768. Let's put these guys next to each other. Reviews. So I'm going to set reviews boxed. Flex direction row. So they're next to each other. Dot review margin bottom 0. All right. And I want the first one, the first type, margin right 20. So they can push each other. So we got this here. I'll zoom out and let's grow this. So they're going to keep growing. They're going to keep being flexible, and then they're just going to stop. And there we go. Now we're done. Now it's 100% responsive. And let's see, we got a what's the bottom? 144. There's that space, and now we got to do these stamp squares again. But we're almost there, actually. It's went by pretty fast. Oh, hello. What are you doing here? What's this all about? I don't remember telling you to do this. Oh, that's because I changed the... Let me see if that mess anybody else up. I changed the width of the container. So now it's obviously, see, it's 96%. We didn't want that for this section. We wanted not that. Go to Y topper with auto. And let's try this. 1224. Interesting. Oh, that's because I'm applying this to the topper. So why are you doing this to me? I hear baby crying. I gotta go check that out. All right, I'm back. Baby is good now. So, one thing, I'm deciding what I want to do with this because I had such a problem upstairs doing this. Well, when I say upstairs, I mean up here. So I wanted to animate them, but if I want these to animate on scroll, I'm gonna have to use a library. And I don't think I need to use a library just for one thing. So honestly, I think I'm just gonna export them. I export this as an SVG. And see how this pans out. That's it. Okay, there it is. So I'm going to have to do some positioning here. Let's go ahead and save. Bottom squares. And we're going to put this at the bottom. So we got our recs here. I'm not going to do that. Bottom squares, and we're going to have our hidden, loading, decoding, async. And let's see where you're at. All right, so there's that. So the bottom of reviews. Here. I'm going to do class equals bottom squares. Oh, that's right. Position relative. Okay, and then what we're going to do to cut this off from overlapping into the footer, you see that? We're going to set overflow on the entire container to hidden. And that way anything that is overlapping will be hidden immediately. And I want to send bottom squares in the back behind everybody. And all right, that's a lot easier than I thought. So let's see what it looks like on mobile. Let's try this with 100%. That'll scale it down a little bit, right? So now you're up there. So instead of being top, let's bottom align you on mobile. Let's make you like 600 wide. And where'd you go? Down there. Hey, auto. Alright, cool. So for some reason when I do that, where'd you go? Okay, and okay, there they are. You know, maybe we don't need them on mobile because it just doesn't, looks like it doesn't make any sense. Let's get rid of this. And then let's do a display none. And let's see what it looks like. On tablet. Go to tablet. So that's what it looks like there. I guess I'm fine with that. So let's grow this. On tablet, that's where it shows up. Mm-hmm. So let's make it 100% width. So when I do that, it grows, but it gets pushed down a lot. It's another spam. Let's reset the top value. Let's do it from the bottom. Let's position it that way. Okay, for some reason that is like the cutoff. I don't understand. Where is it? Ah, this is getting annoying. Mm-hmm. I'm wondering what the hell is up with you guys. So Y section. There you go. Center that. What the hell? Hold on a second. What's this nonsense? Okay, so this has auto. So on I think on desktop is where that's 1300. Okay, so here topper margin 0. There we go. Because I reset the value for the topper. Okay, so that's fixed. Now this stupid bottom graphic. It's so stupid. um, okay. So negative 22M. So what would that be? 400? I think that's applicable. Not really. What the hell? Like all of a sudden it doesn't want to exist anymore? I'm honestly kind of getting irritated by this thing. Like, why are you being so difficult? Honestly, like, this is absolutely ridiculous. What is it doing all the way down here? Okay, this is a freaking mystery. So you're here inside of reviewed. This has position relative on it. So that doesn't change anything. Reviews, bottom square, display block, auto, bottom. I honestly, I'm flabbergasted. I don't know what the hell's going on. It's like this isn't obeying anything. get rid of margin or the overflow hidden. Let's see if that does anything. This is the review section. So why did that do it? That's just wild. Okay, so if I do it on tablet, on 1324, so we don't need you. So 1300, we're going to have, for some reason that overflow hidden was hiding it when it shouldn't be. I'm going to reset the bottom value to auto, make it top, go to 0. Oh, whoops, that's stupid. Bottom squares, Ryan, bottom squares. I think that's what we want. We want it to come up, looks like a little more. Let's do negative 100. Looks like a little more. 30. Yeah, that looks about right. And go here. The problem, we get the 2000 pixels. It's too far over. So let's set one for 2000. What's the width? Got 3018. All right, let's try that out. Doesn't appear to be getting those styles. That's because I didn't do this. All right, fine. Yeah, this is not going to do. This will not do. This is how big it is. I wish I could just like crop it and just get this little triangle, because that would be amazing. I wonder if I can do that. Go behind everything. Okay. So can I export this? Spam. Okay, so I got a little clipping mask there. How do I crop it? I just want this image in this box, honestly. That's all I want. But it's becoming more and more likely that I can't use it as it is now. I guess if I'm okay with it not being exact, like this not being over more. It looked like it cropped, so it crops the right side. It doesn't crop the bottom? Let's try something here. See if that works. It looks like it crops it on the outside of the boundary. There's the preview. Okay. Export. There it is. Okay. Save. Goes back. And then just do voila. think I can get rid of this. I guess the only thing is right about there. Just doesn't have enough, and maybe that's okay. It comes up there. I think that's fine. I like where it's going. Now let's just get these. I think these might be too. This is definitely too far. So promise. Let's just do some cleanup now, and I think we're done. Let's do 150 all around. I think will be good. That means this one extra has to be 150. Let's just set that for 1024. 64M is the same as 1024. Adding, let's see. Extra. There's that. And it looks like we just got to do on Y. We just got to do a little extra to make up for this thing overlapping and this thing overlapping. So on Y, there, hash Y, add top, 180 divided by 20M. Does that feel right? Let's do 90. A little more room. And it's 190 top, and then you need 150 bottom. There we go. And I think that's it. I think we're set. So we got these now. We got these done. Not done with you yet. I want these to do a bounce animation. And one of the fun things about building so many websites is you already have something. So whenever I need my bobbing animations, I just go to white brush and find bubble. There's that, yeah. Bob one, keyframes. No. Core styles. There you go, bobble one. Here's my animations. I'm going to grab these. And then I'm just going to have, just to be like super organized, new, paste, save, animations, and we're going to go up. I have all my animations in a separate CSS file. And then, so Bobble one, that's what it was. So then I'll just take these, and then I'll apply it to my squares. Wait a minute. That doesn't belong there. Oh, come on. That's where you go. And now I gotta go copy this again. So this is all the animation to do what the Bobble does. So mobile, left section. So I want the main square. We're going to have this Bobble on it. Bobble 1. And then I think we'll have, we'll do Bobble 2 on U. And then we'll do Bobble 1 again on U. And let's change this duration to 3. Let's add a delay of 0.5 seconds. And let's just see if this does. Okay. No, this goes to. Second delay. This might be going too far. This is Bob being 20 pixels. I think that's too drastic. And with these, it's all about subtlety. Let's go back to here. Yeah, it looks fine. So it's just I like to do little things like that, add some life to the website, and make it a little fancier than what you would normally get from a standard contracting website. So now we got, looks like we're all done here. except I want to animate these. So let's try this. Up here, this is landing, and I think I just want it to happen on desktop. So 1024 is when it would happen. So I'm going to plan this out now. Let's get our keyframe going. What's the name? Paint roll. And at 0%, keyframes. There it is. We want a width of 0%. And then we want to animate them. Okay, we're going to do from there and then to finish, which is 100%, it's going to go 100M. And then, so that's paint, that's it. And then here, there's a hero square container. That's going to be rect1. Okay, animation name is going to be paint roll. Animation duration is going to be 6 seconds. Animation timing function. So that's going to be our ease. Animation iteration count, 1. Animation fill mode, forward, and then transition, your width, 5.6 seconds. I don't know if I need that or not. Okay, maybe because it's so big. Animation duration, 2 seconds. Oh, there we go. Neat. I would like it to happen from the other side, but reverse. I'm gonna do animation direction. Didn't exactly work, but oh, whoops. Direction. Well, that doesn't like that. So if I add that to all recs, let's just see what it looks like. Let's just make this easier. So we're not repeating ourselves. And then we just have a different animation delay. 0.5 seconds. One second. Width of 0. Oh, sorry. 1. Linear. I wish it would go the other way, but I mean, I guess this is what I have to work with here just because of the way it's positioned and the height and width. No, it's not going to work. I'm not dealing with that. I'm thinking about how I want to animate these. If I want to animate something, just have a fancy landing page, you know. I don't have to animate the whole website. So let's do this. This is going to be okay. This is going to be interesting. Trusted home. I'll put these in spans. That should do nothing to it. Good. So what I'm going to do now is this is going to be okay. This is going to be fun. I haven't done this one yet, but I've always wanted to. H1 span. Y'all are going to have a pseudo element. So we're going to make that. We're going to make the paint. It's going to be white. It's going to start white and then reveal the text. That's what we're going to do. And the way we do that, position relative, so we add pseudo elements. Pseudo elements will cover the text and then reveal themselves. Interesting. So this one's covering that one, but that one's not. One span. Two span. Oh, look at this nonsense here. Let's try this display block. Okay, that's better. So you see they're covered in here, right? So what we want to do is our animations. We'll do another keyframe. And we're gonna do reveal. And from 0%, we're going to be at width 100%, and then we want to go to 0. So I'm going to steal these, and I'm going to put them on both of them at the same time. So this is going to be reveal. 4 seconds, just like that. Okay, let's try 8. No, 5. Instead, let's do height. Let's do height. Save. And then after this one, on the second span, animation delay, 0.2 seconds. Second span before. Okay, that's too slow. It's too fast. Ease. You know what would be interesting? Let's grab this color. I got a better idea. We're going to grab this color. So I'm going to screenshot. I grab this. Go to paint, paste. I'm going to grab this color, the inside color, and say 221, 241, 241. 221, 241, 241. All right, that's the hex value. And the befores are going to be that color. And I'm going to have them delay 1 second, delay 1.3. Why is this not delaying? I want these to be delayed so that when these finish painting, then these come up. What if I don't do that? What the hell? Oh, why am I an idiot? I didn't put seconds. Good Lord. Oh, but that's right. They're never mind. Because that's how they'll load. get rid of the delay here, and let's just add the delay on the second one. So if we refresh, Jesus Christ, man, these guys really are relentless. You know, maybe I don't need an animation on these. It just seems like it's not working out. I think it's fine just with that. That looks neat. So this is our website. It's all done. I'm pretty happy with how these turned. This turned out pretty nice. And then we got these images. These guys are moving. This looks fine. I'm very happy with this. All right, and then the next thing I like to do, since we're already in white brush, let's grab. I think Jay's is the one that I did it on. I've been kind of favoring doing the root glass, doing the scroll bar. Root on 1024. There you go. And you notice the scroll bar is also custom. Just to, you know, brand that as well. And this is the code I use for it. You can pick up the code online anywhere, but if you want to pause and just kind of copy this, you have to do like the WebKit thing. But yeah, I just have it set to my primary color, a grayish background with a little shadow on it. And that's it really. So just a little extra branding. Put that thing in the corner, make it a little extra special. Some people don't like it. Some developers are like, "How dare you touch the scroll bar? That is sacred and terrible UI." Blah 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 blah. All right, let's relax here. It's just a scroll bar. You know, I'm not hijacking anything. We're just adding a little extra. So, you know, do with it what you may, however you feel, whatever your particular beliefs are for the scroll bar. But you know, I like to add it. It's a little something new. So we got these guys, and that's it. Now we're done with our site because the template also has the about, meet our staff. It has our testimonials, and it has our contact page already. So I don't need to do these. And that's the thing. That's how you build your websites to scale and not spend a week or two putting all of these pages together and the responsive navigation and starting from scratch every damn time. It's a huge process to do that, and it's very time consuming and quite frankly frustrating, and I'd get really irritated having to do the same stuff over and over and over again. But when you templatize your process and you minimize how many times you have to keep repeating yourself, you can operate a lot faster. So like I built this probably in less than a few hours, and this website is done. I just do custom home pages, and all of my interior pages are templates that I've already done. This is my second one. I have another about page template that I use. I have another contact page template I use, but that's it. So like I have a couple more websites I got to do, and honestly, I'm just going to keep the same interior pages. Nobody cares. And studies have shown that like consumers, regular people, when they're looking at websites, all they really care about is the homepage. Um, Everything else, the about, services, testimonials, all of these can just be generic templated sites. You don't have to do unique ones for every website. It's useless. It's a waste of time, and it's a waste of your resources, which is your time and your effort. And you can be spending that time selling more websites and building more websites instead of just trying to redo it every time. So that's why I start with my build kit. This is my everything that I do. I start with this. Uh, I already have the navigation done. I don't have to do this. I can just hit the ground running and go. Um, and oh, that's right. We got dark mode. Oh, that's slick. That looks nice. So let's just go through and do quick dark mode styles. So I don't like this. We don't want this to be green. Um, Hot damn, they are really on me today. Okay, so let's go to our dark grid styles, dark less. Okay, body.dark mode. Here's our home, services, about, how we know, get started, reviews. Okay, so this is just for a home page. This is for my about page, so I don't need to touch this. This is my contact page, my testimonials. Okay, this is my home. So we have our hero and our services. The rest of these we have to customize. Why do I have footer here? If I remove this, does this hurt the footer? Yes, it does. Oh, that's right. It's dark. So yeah, that'll be on all. This will be on all pages. So, and that's why we have everything scoped with our IDs. Everything is scoped. So let's get rid of our about and reviews. So the first thing is our promise. I want my UL, LI, color to be white. Why is that not working? Promise UL, LI. Oh, it's an H3. There we go. And just so you know what's happening here, in the JavaScript, I use local storage to store value of whether or not dark mode is enabled or not. And if dark mode is enabled, it adds a dark mode class to the body. And what's great about using less is I just do this once, body.dark mode. So every time body has dark mode on it, use these styles. And these are my dark mode styles. I don't have to do body.dark mode, body.dark mode, body.dark mode. I just set it once, and inside the brackets, I just add all of my new unique styles. And that's what happened here. I just added a new unique style. So body.dark mode, promise, UL, LI, H3, make you white. And that's what happened there. So now we go into the services. These are a little bright. So let's fix that. I think that's extra. And these are white background. Yeah, extra service container. Card. Background. What can we make you? Seems a little bright. Let's do white. There we go. Now we just use our color picker. I just want to just subtle. That's too much. Just mute that a little bit. There we go. And this dark mode system is built in to my my build kit or my starter kit. So I don't have to touch it at all. A lot of the core styles are already handled, like backgrounds and you know, P colors and all that. So oh, we got a okay, looks like we got a filter on it. This is Hero Dark. So I take that off. That still looks pretty good. So body depth dark mode that hero before. We actually don't need the before. So get rid of you. There we go. That's good. This needs to be darker. Chevron. Box. Okay, so I need that extra. Portfolio dot chevron and dot box. So your color is this. Let's take you here, put you there. And to make a darker version, the quick and dirty way is to go diagonally down. So if you go like a 45-degree down, that's how you get a darker version. Or I just like to use in tints and shades. I paste it in here, make a bunch of shades, and I think we're going to go with 70% tint. So let's see what that looks like. Oops. That didn't work. All right, now let's check. Okay, that's a little darker. Now what to do with you two? So let's keep the opacities the same. Let's see what color we get. See, that looks weird. Where are you getting your color from? Primary. Primary. I want my after to be lighter. Let's use a 20% tint. That just looks awful. It's another one. Let's try 60% tint. These are just looking weird on desktop. Let's do another shade. might have to deal with that. I guess I'll take that. That's good enough for me. So those guys are doing their thing. That looks fine. These guys, we gotta fix this. Let's make them that background here. There we go. Making that darker shade, make sure we got good color contrast, good. Got a darker green. Yeah, I like that. I like the way this balances. And the footer's already taken care of. The rest of the side's taken care of, and there we go. We're done. So this is our website. Pretty nice. I'm happy with it. Nice modern design, completely 100% responsive, and I didn't have to work that hard. And we got some cool little toys and neat little features. These look nice on dark. This looks nice on dark. Okay, so there we go, and that's the beauty of doing it the way I'm doing it with these M's now. Is when I grow this, the entire website shifts, and I don't have to adjust these. They just stay where they are. And same with these guys. Everything grows together, and this is standard. You know, I don't have to worry about this being too big and gawky. If I wanted to, I could probably increase this, but you know, this looks great. Yeah, unfortunately, this is what it is. Let's see, 2,000 pixels. I think I can move this over and make this bigger. Let's make this bigger. Let's close you up, and reviews is right here. Look at that, right there. And on my 2,000 pixels. Whoops, what the heck did I do? I don't want this. It was bottom squares. We do that. Send to the bottom a little bit. Maybe not 100%. 80. Looks like the biggest one comes out right here, right in the center. I think we can get away with a little more. There we go. I like that better. And there we have it. We have a 100% mobile site, mobile first site, mobile responsive, and we barely had to do a whole bunch of work. We just literally wrote the desktop styles and scaled them down, and this has significantly increased the speed at which I can code, because I don't have to nearly be as precise on mobile anymore. It's just already done and taken care of. Like we go down here, we go to our plus. Oh, that looks nice. That looks nice on dark. This is pretty neat. I'm actually kind of happy with this. See, there's those squares, nice and proportional. We got these guys, nice and proportional, and their little 2x2 grid. And I didn't have to remake them. And we got these guys, which I didn't have to do any resizing. It's just going to be like this and just grow, grow, grow. And this is neat. You know, so here we go. That's the new system I got. I hope it made sense. Let me just see if I can do a little quick recap here. So on the root, the body font size is set to where you at? It's set to 20 pixels by default on desktop. So this is what everything is pulling from, because when you use M's, they are looking at their parent for a font size. So if their parent container does not have a font size declared on it, like if hashtag or a pound sign, whatever you want to say, I don't care. Hashtag services section, like that main section, if that does not have a font size declared on it, it will look to the next available parent, which is the body. And that's what they're all pulling from. The M's create their ratio based on the font size of their parent container that has a declared font size. And the most up one is the body. So the body is telling literally everything on the page, hey, my font size is 20 pixels. So if you want an M value, divide your pixel value by my 20 pixels, and that will give you your M ratio. And what happens is when I reset the font size to 17 pixels on mobile, it will, so when you subtract 3 pixels from 20, you get 17. So what's that percentage difference? That's a 15% decrease in size. So that means every element with a width or a height or anything that is done in the M value, it will now scale down by 15%. Everything will scale together by 15% because we are changing the scale at which the ratio is presenting itself as. So 1M, that's 100%. 20 pixels divided by 20 pixels. So 20, like right here, this 20M, this is coming from the body. We're dividing everything by that 20. If something is 20 pixels, 20 divided by 20 is 1M. And that 1M is decided by the font size. So when the value of 1M is less than 20 pixels, it's now going to be at a scale of 17 or 15 pixels. So everything else will scale with that. And when we set the body font size to 1 view width on 2000 right here, so now the font size, there it is again. Now the font size is dependent on the screen size. So instead of being 20 pixels, now it is based on the screen size. So however big the screen is, that's what the font size is. And that's why everything grows proportionally with the screen size. And that's how we get things like this, where everything grows together and fits it. So this is a perfect time to end. It is nap time. We finished our website, and now I just got to do content and images and optimization. So I'll do an optimization video after this where we make this get a 99 or 100% on Google page speeds. So I got to fix these, but yeah, so I'll see you in the next video.